So welcome everyone to the 40th League of Women Voters of Virginia Biennial Convention. And we are so delighted that you can all be with us today. You get to see some of the behind the scenes stuff of what happens when you're trying to start a convention. And we'll ask for a little patience as we try to figure out a virtual platform, but we think it's going to be a great event and we're so glad that you are here with us. This morning, I would like to introduce Joan Port, our first Vice President. And Joan, I'll let you start things off, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. We have a choice this weekend to sit around and lament that we cannot be physically together to share all the fun in the behind the scenes convention work. And that's one of the best things about convention. Or we can revel in the fact that we are still a very strong community coming together despite awful circumstances. Here to kick off the 40th Biennial Convention of the League of Women Voters is a woman who knows much about community, the good and the shadow aspects of community dynamics. Dr. Carolyn Jefferson Jenkins is an educator, author, and leader. From 1998 to 2002, she served 2 terms as president of the League of Women Voters and the League of Women Voters Education Fund. And until the recent election of Dr. Deborah Turner, our current president, she was the first and only person of color to hold that position. In March 2020, she received the Freedom Summer 64 Award from Miami University. Her latest book, which is available on our virtual wares market, which is under the convention tab on the website, is The Untold Story of Women of Color in the League of Women Voters. This book is being studied by our DEI committee and is a must read for all League members. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Carolyn Jefferson Jenkins.
I propose a League of Women Voters, nonpartisan and non-sectarian, to finish the fight and to aid in the reconstruction of the nation. What should be done can be done. What can be done, let us do. Carrie Chapman Catt. 101 years after the proclamation, is the fight finished? Again, I'll ask, given our current circumstances, 101 years after the ratification of the 19th Amendment and the founding of the League of Women Voters, the legacy organization of the suffrage movement, is the fight finished? Has 100 years been enough time? Good morning, members and guests of the League of Women Voters of Virginia, to this 40th Biennial State Convention, illuminating the challenges that we face in this 101st year of the League of Women Voters. So while you ponder the answer to the question that I asked, I would like to thank you for inviting me to share this morning with you. I bring you greetings on behalf of all of the women who have and continue to put in the effort and energy to make this democracy work. For all who have paved the way for those of us who are credited with making a difference. I have the honor to be chosen to set the tone for this consequential convention, whose theme, Democracy for All, Now is the Time, reminds us of the work that we have done and the work that we must continue to do as we enter this next century of League history. Thank you, Joan, for that humbling introduction. So it reflects some of the things that I've done, but what is more important to me is that after our engagement this morning, you will know who I am, what I value, and why it is important for me to continue to bring a message that not only holds the League accountable to its principles, but compels the organization to expand its thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion as a precursor to strengthening our democracy. Thank you, Vice President Joan, for being my liaison through this entire process. And it has been a year and a half since the original invitation. So we're finally here. I also want to thank Dr. Mallory Bay for taking the risk to organize the book club in support of my book, The Untold Story of Women of Color in the League of Women Voters. Thank you to President Deb Wake and the board for being leaders during this historic time in the League and the nation. To the planning committee, because I know the amount of hard work that it takes to plan an event such as this, and for devising an innovative way for us to stay connected and to continue the work that is so important at this time. To our 50-year members, who have witnessed some of the most consequential changes in the nation and the league. I'd also like to acknowledge any former national board members with whom I've had the pleasure to work. And I am delighted to see so many familiar faces from across Virginia: Nancy Tate, Betsy Lawson, who I had the pleasure of working with at the League National Office. And finally, thank you to each of you, our allies, advocates, and activists, for joining this virtual meeting. You carry on the legacy of the courageous women whose efforts and sacrifices have brought us to this day. All right, so I've given you enough time to ponder the answer to the initial question. After 100 years of education, advocacy, and activism, is the fight finished? And the answer should be a resounding no. So now that we know that, why are we here this morning? We have gathered here to learn, to honor, and to chart the future, to use this time to issue a call to action, to recognize a sense of urgency. Democracy for all, now is the time. The fundamental questions currently facing this nation lead to a serious debate over how much time it will take to achieve this goal. So what do we do when 100 years of resistance and resilience and renewal is not enough? Not enough to acknowledge the significant contributions of women of color to the advancement of the right for all women? Not enough to achieve full equality for all? Not enough to have mainstream narratives of history incorporate contributions of all women? Not enough to safeguard our democratic processes? Not enough to change? What do? We decide that now is the time and we take action. Isn't that the League way? We cannot overlook the numerous challenges to the integrity of the democratic processes that we, the people, hold so dear. We must acknowledge that the we has always been expansive, though not always inclusive. In the New York Times special edition of August 16th, 2020, to celebrate the centennial of the passage of the 19th Amendment, entitled "How American Women Won the Right to Vote," it reminded us that suffragists were Black and white, Asian and Latinx, immigrant and indigenous, queer and straight, and everything else. Suffragists came from big cities and small towns, the coast and the heartland, and every walk of life. The movement drew diverse communities into the struggle for more equality, but the movement did not benefit all. There is much work to be done, and doing the work is our legacy, one that is not without its missteps. As history records, Carrie Chapman Catt was a walking contradiction, especially on issues of race. Her racist comments are well documented, but despite Catt's flaws, in her enlightened moments, she was a visionary, and she knew, as we realists know, that in a dynamic constitutional republic, the fight is never finished. And that is why the League of Women Voters stands strong after 101 years. Understanding this allows us to amplify the good and learn from the inexcusable, to identify, to acknowledge and accept and move forward. We are reminded of our need to be vigilant, lest we lose any gains that we have made. So I usually try to make my remarks both inspirational, acknowledging missteps and achievements of the past, and aspirational, allowing us to envision the organization that we can be. But there's no need for me to give you an inspirational speech at this moment in history. It's only fitting that we celebrate the first 101 years of the ratification of the 19th Amendment with the election of a woman of color to the office of Vice President of the United States. That should be motivation enough to keep us in the fight for the next 100 years. But one illustration of progress does not mean that the fight is finished. So I want to engage you in an aspirational conversation, acknowledging the proud history of the League of Women Voters since 1920, drawing parallels with the universal themes of the struggles of race and gender. This convention is about the work. I know it may be a little early for some of you, so get your morning beverage and strap in. In my prepared remarks, I want to have you reflect on the work that we do, why we do it, how we do it, when we do it, and for whom we do it. We cannot let 2021 continue without recognizing that as we begin this next consequential century of celebration, commemoration, and deliberation, we need to be reminded of the importance of our past as a prelude to our future. Celebrating the things that need to be celebrated, the power of resistance and resilience and renewal, and changing the things that need to be changed. Remembering that women of color were suffragists and later affiliated with the League of Women Voters had to endure the same type of racism that is now being exposed in this society. Drawing a parallel between what happened then and what is going on now reinforces the theme that we have not finished the fight. The events of 2020 and today remind us that social and racial injustice, gender inequality, election integrity, and informed civic engagement are all fights we still have to undertake. What is important to note is that the ratification of the 19th Amendment did not guarantee suffrage equality for all, but exposed the underlying issues of race. So why add this to the conversation now? Because it's time. As we all know, the League of Women Voters was born from the struggle for the right to vote for women. On February 14th, 1920, the League of Women Voters came into existence, but the fight was not finished because the discriminatory philosophy that permeated the suffrage movement transferred into its legacy organization. On August 18th, 1920, when the 19th Amendment was ratified, and on August 26th, when it actually received the final signatures, the fight was not finished because women of color, including African American, Native American, Asian, and Latino women, were still being subjected to racist barriers of voting. When the first elections of 1920 were held, women voting was 36%. So the fight was not finished for white women either. The fight was not finished because women had to make voting a habit. The fight was not finished because while winning the vote for women required 72 years of advocacy, for most women of color, it required an additional 45 years with the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. We know that Virginia did not ratify the 19th Amendment until February 21st, 1952. So there were many fights, and each fight was fueled by hopes and dreams, but it was often stalled by realities. It was the passion of these brave women that kept them in the fight. Thanks to the efforts of the Centennial Commission and universities, we are now beginning to have these women's names emerge in public view. Krista Jones, who is a Virginia League member, wrote a seat at the table, which also speaks to how inclusive we need to be with all voices. We know that African American women in the Jim Crow South were denied the right to vote, but there were 9 brave women, all faculty members at the Virginia Normal and Collegiate Institute, who succeeded in registering in the fall of 1920. I want to say their names because I want us to honor their legacy and lift up their stories. And some of you may know some of their descendants, and if you don't, you need to know them. Mary Branch, Anna Lindsay, Edna Colson, Edwina Wright, Janella Frazier, Nanny Nichols, Eva Connor, Evie Carpenter, Odella Green. Any accurate history must also include the stories of the women of the National Council of Negro Women and the women of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and all of the women of color who lived in Virginia whose stories have yet to be fully told. So I want to challenge you to reflect on the League history as a prelude to the future. Doing this will lead us to a more inclusive organization and a more inclusive democracy. So with your indulgence, I want you to join me in a modified version of the game, 20 questions. So I'm going to present you with 20 facts, and I want to pose 20 questions for further contemplation. They are not in any particular order and were selected not as an exhaustive list, but because they represent the recurring themes in our history that are still evident today. So let's get started. Fact: women of color saw suffrage as an important goal. They were there too from the beginning of the movement, but their contributions were overlooked, erased, or included as an afterthought in many of the centennial celebrations. Question: if the suffragists were true to the principle of universal suffrage, why was the relationship with women of color transactional, dismissing them when convenient for the greater good? Fact: the 1913 suffrage parade, used to symbolically represent the suffrage movement, tells a powerful story of perseverance and power. What it doesn't tell is a strategic decision to marginalize women of color by relegating them to positions at the rear of the parade, or hoping that they would not show at all. Question: why then do we continue to use this as the primary symbol to represent the movement and the League? Fact: the 1920 ratification of the 19th Amendment was not the universal celebration it was touted to be. Women of color had to advocate for an additional 45 years without the full force of League support. Question: what would have happened if the League used its momentum gained with the victory to secure universal suffrage for women of color? Fact: at the League's first convention, national convention in 1921 in Cleveland, Ohio, a group of colored women led by Addie Waits Hunton proposed to League leaders that the League assist colored women in achieving the full privileges of suffrage. Because of the threat of Southern delegates to walk out if the proposal was presented before the delegate body, the board decided to hear the proposal separately and instead established the Special Committee on the Study of the Negro Problem, which was neither advertised through the organization nor funded. Adele Clark, on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Virginia, wrote a note to then President Maud Park Woods, requesting that the committee be given the same status and priority as other committees. She eventually became chair and later lamented the inability of the committee to accomplish anything tangible. Question: why make this choice of practicality over principle? Fact: according to the US Census, some 500,000 African-American women could, in theory, vote in states where their male counterparts were enfranchised. But in the South, African-American women remained disenfranchised through state-imposed literacy tests, poll taxes, and intimidation. Question: what tangible actions did the League take in the 45 years until the passage of the Voting Rights Act to aggressively secure full voting rights for women of color in all states? Fact: from the 1920s to the 1950s, the League national leadership allowed for the establishment of colored leagues. They were not really leagues, but units in Oakland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, St. Louis, and my favorite, Tacoma, Washington. There were also 2 Indian leagues in Wisconsin. Question: why was the leadership willing to ignore its own principles, policies, and values and allow segregated leagues to exist? Fact: the reported reasons for why Negroes should not be League members: they are uneducated, domestic and unskilled workers, and they had to be taught. The League attracted as members women who were well-educated, middle class, and progressive in their thoughts. Question: weren't the women of color who sought League membership well-educated, middle class, and progressive in their thoughts? Fact: in 1929, the Colored Committee of the League of Women Voters of St. Louis issued 6 recommendations in a report entitled The First 9 Years. At its peak, the St. Louis League had 300 members of color. Question: given that they not only paid dues, but carried out all functions of the League, why were they considered a colored league? And while they could send representatives to convention, they couldn't serve as delegates. Fact: in 1946, convention delegates adopted a policy to not schedule League meetings at hotels that discriminated against colored delegates. Question: why was it that well into the 1960s, League meetings were still being held at such hotels? And in my book, I reference a letter from the Hampton, Virginia League, where their members were denied access to the hotel, and they were refused accommodations, and that was in 1956. Fact: a 1954 Conference of Southern Presidents was held in Atlanta, Georgia, in response to the US Supreme Court decision of Brown v. Board of Education, to discuss League state presidents' issues of segregation and integration and the League's position on such issues. Question: why did the national leadership not have a position on segregation and leave the decision to state and local leagues to make about how to address the issue? Fact: in 1956, Eleanor Roosevelt called the League out on its hypocrisy. In a New York Times editorial, the former vice president of legislative affairs for the League and former first lady and former president of the League of Women Voters of New York questioned why the League had such an active agenda globally through the Overseas Education Fund, yet would not take the lead on any domestic issues related to race. Question: why did the League find it easier to address inequities on the global front instead of here at home? Fact: based on available data, League membership of African Americans has never exceeded 5%. Images remained all white until the late 1960s and early 1970s. Question: why? Fact: in its October 1966 edition, Ebony magazine, the premier magazine spotlighting achievements of African Americans, wrote a 6-page article on the League of Women Voters and interviewed 20 women of color from 15 states across the nation who were active League members. Yet whenever requests were made to the League for such data, the response was that no such data was formally collected. Convention demographic surveys up until 1970 asked about everything except race. Question: why didn't the League leverage the visibility from this opportunity to increase outreach to members of color? Fact: celebrations that the mention of women of color that we have usually use the same finite set of women: Sojourner Truth, Mary Church Terrell, Ida B. Wells Barnett, and Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. Few historians research further to access the names of hundreds of women of color who made significant contributions, all activists and suffragists. So for Virginia, other than Janie Porter Barrett from Hampton, who was the co-founder of the Virginia State Federation of Colored Women's Clubs, Ora Brown Stokes, Richmond, founder of the Richmond Neighborhood Association, Maggie Walker from Richmond, who was a businesswoman and the first African-American woman to charter a bank, Josephine Matthews Norcom from Hampton, who established the industrial homeschool for colored girls. My question is, can you name 20 other women of color from Virginia who made a contribution? And if you can't, why not? Fact: out of the more than 480 leaguers who had served on the national board over its first 100-year history, there had only been 18 Black National Board members. And between 2010 and 2016, there were none. Question: why hasn't the importance of having women of color's voices at the table been a priority for the League? Fact: in 1970, a League Black Caucus met for the first time and offered recommendations at the 50th anniversary convention. At their insistence, for the first time, demographic data on race was collected. Question: why weren't their recommendations acted upon and sustained as part of this organizational structure? Fact: the League has conducted independent self-studies every decade from 1929 to 2018, and each one says the same thing about the League membership composition. Each mentions the lack of diversity as a problem for the organization and recommends more outreach and inclusion. Question: as an insightful organization, why was the League content to be known as a white woman's organization? Fact: the League of Women Voters has systematically marginalized the contribution of women of color during its first 100 years through its strategic choices. Question: when will we correct this egregious action? Fact: Carrie Chapman Catt proposed the League of Women Voters to finish the fight, and she said, what can be done should be done. What should be done, let us do. My question to you is, 101 years after the founding of the League, have we done all that we can do to finish the fight? And finally, the events of 2020 have presented an opportunity for the League of Women Voters to not only celebrate, but to commit to serve as a catalyst for the needed change in 2021 and beyond. Question: will we accept the challenge? I pose questions because I don't have all the answers. After years and decades and generations, how do we change the narrative of memory? These questions give us a glimpse of who we have been and beg the question, who do we want to be? Now what? We have work to do. 100 years has not been enough, but 101 is up to us. Isn't it time? Time that we acknowledge the past as a prelude to our future. Time that we celebrate the contributions of all women who, through their passion and purpose and perseverance, shaped the League of Women Voters. The current national conversation on race brings to the fore the League's internal struggle with its relationship with its members of color and the broader societal issues of race. Current events underscore the importance of valuing all people. To finish this fight takes power, and this power comes from our history, the lessons learned, and the commitments we make to the future to do better. We cannot hold the nation accountable if we do not put our own house in order. The fight for democracy for all is personal to me. On June 16, 1998, I was elected the 15th president of the League of Women Voters of the United States, a small but prestigious group. I knew then that I stood on the shoulders of the women of color who provided the foundation for me, especially the women in my own life. At that moment, I thought about my mother, who we had buried the day before, and my grandmother, who at 95 lived to see her hope for the future realized. Neither could have imagined such an achievement in the segregated society in which they were raised, but they represent women who labored but never received recognition for their efforts to achieve equality and voting rights. My grandmother was 62 years old before she could vote without the voter suppression restrictions of a poll tax that was eliminated with the passage of the Voting Rights Act. She was not a part of all in democracy for all. So I come before you today, now more than 20 years since my election, armed with the stories of the women whose shoulders upon whose shoulders I stand, understanding that the power in the totality of the League's story is great. Not just the good, but the lessons learned when we are not at our best. We are entrusted with the legacy of the suffrage movement and challenged to move forward. I'm constantly cautioned that this topic might make people uncomfortable, and my response is this: it won't be the first time that a League discussion or action has made people uncomfortable. It occurs every decade. The notion of women having the right to vote made people uncomfortable, and it still does. So as we reflect on the first 100 years and begin the 101st, be prepared to be uncomfortable. That is the League way. Uncomfortable conversations are always complicated, but necessary. Being uncomfortable forces movement. How can we stand up against voter suppression and gerrymandering and gender inequality and a host of other issues if we won't face or fix ourselves? That commitment to be uncomfortable results in power. Just ask Vice President Kamala Harris. On November 3rd, 2020, and the few days that followed, we made a decision for the future of our nation. So is the fight finished now? We have a woman elected as vice president in a historic move. Is the fight finished now? We witnessed the largest voter turnout in history. Did that finish the fight? We have the most diverse cabinet in history. Is the fight finished now? There are 141 women serving in the 117th Congress. Does that finish the fight? The ratification of the ERA is still at hand. Is the fight finished now? Every generation has a transformational moment. For me, it was the events of 1968. For many of you, it will be 2020 or January 6, 2021. What I learned from my transformational moment was that change does not occur with a single event or even a series of events, but an ongoing commitment. Democracy for all, now is the time. If not now, when? If not us, who? The actions that we must take must be by design and not crisis. Hard choices are required. The nation, just like the League, is positioned for change. This next 100 years is all about change. because we live in a dynamic society, because progress is fragile, because we must all work to ensure equality, because democracy requires nurturing, because we're not done yet. The fight was not finished in 1920. The fight was not finished when we celebrated the centennial in 2020. In these first few months of 2021, we have a renewed sense of hope as we continue to navigate through this new normal. We must have a renewed commitment to making democracy work. We accept this call to action, knowing that things are not perfect. Not in 1920, not in 2020, not in 2021. 2021 is a year that will test our resolve as individuals and as a nation, challenging the progress that we have made and daring us to do something about it. We must accept that dare by acknowledging our past as a prelude to the future, by telling the truth and using lessons learned to do better, by moving forward, by imagining the unimaginable, by reclaiming the power in our complete story, by recapturing the power of this moment, by removing barriers, by making this next 100 years count. I am a believer in the power of our story, but the conversation is bigger than just one person, one day, one moment in time. The current crisis of pandemic and social and racial injustice and challenges to the integrity of our democratic processes remind us that together we've made it through adversity before, and using lessons learned, we can make it through adversity again. Times like these define who we are. Because we are democracy's keepers, the events of the day force us to reflect on the reality of the past, challenge its legacy in the present, and choose how we shape the future. Every time that we tell the untold story of women of color whose contributions have been ignored, every time that we celebrate women's political power, every time that we elect a woman to office, every time that we expose social and racial injustice and go about the business of eradicating it, every time that we make a change for ourselves, our communities, and our nations, that is our transformational moment that is not just transactional. Every time that we vote, as we did in the most recent election, every time that we make an intentional decision to have a more inclusive organization, every time we protest or advocate for what Barbara Jordan called an America as good as its promise, every time that we make courage more contagious than fear, we move beyond celebrations of a moment and we make it a movement toward finishing the fight. That is what we are called to do as we move into this next 100 years. Let our voices be the voices of reason in 2021 and beyond. Let's educate. Let's participate in numbers previously unseen. Let's talk to each other. Let's listen to each other. I am an eternal optimist, and I continue to be inspired by your energy and commitment. These are not ordinary times, but we are not ordinary people. So let's join hands virtually until we can do so in person to honor those who risked their lives and gave their lives, like the Honorable John Lewis and the Honorable Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and to every grandmother, mother, aunt, sister, daughter, grandfather, father, partner, uncle, son, and any non-conforming title that needs to be acknowledged, and recognize that we are forever linked in this pursuit of justice and equality. I began my remarks with the words of Carrie Chapman Catt, and I want to conclude with these famous words by Barbara Jordan. And Barbara Jordan was the first African-American woman from the South elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, and she was a League member. She made these remarks at the Harvard University commencement in 1977, and her words form the foundation for the theme of this convention. And she said, "What the people want is simple. They want an America as good as its promise. They don't want to be on the outskirts. We want to be in control of our lives, whether we are jungle fighters or craftsmen, company men or gamesmen. We want to be in control. And when government erodes that control, we are discomfited. I submit that the re-inclusion of the people in their government would be a recombinant with predictable and laudable results. It would be a return of the right that was once considered unalienable. The stakes are too high for government to be a spectator sport. So at this 40th Biennial Virginia State Convention on May 22nd, 2021, I issue Jordan's declaration as a call to action to each of you. Answer it. Answer it on behalf of we, the people. Answer it on behalf of empowering voters and defending democracy. Let's make democracy work for all. Now is the time. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for all that you will do. And thank you for allowing me to be a part of this timely conversation. I can't wait to see what the future holds.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Jefferson Jenkins, for your inspiring words and your challenges as we move ahead. I'm so glad that we've recorded this so that we can go back and see if we can answer some of those questions. So thank you so very much.
It's been my pleasure, and have a great convention.
Thank you so much. I need just a moment to do a little housekeeping and make sure that we had some late arrivals, make sure that our committee is ready with the credentials. I'm going to be pinning some participants, and I want to make sure that everyone is on gallery view. I think that that will be best. As I'm doing this, it's flipping things around. So give me just a moment, please. Okay, I think I'm ready. And I wanted to mention, in case, and I am getting feedback, will everyone make sure that you're muted, please? I wanted to make sure that everyone knows that we have a convention tab on our website, and I don't know if anyone is available to drop that into the chat, but there is a Where's tab. And in that tab is Dr. Jefferson Jenkins' book. If you haven't had a chance to read it yet, highly recommend it. And now that you've had a taste of it, I'm sure you'll feel compelled to get a copy. First, I would like to start with a practice vote. And Joan, would you also add into the chat the link for the workbook? And if you haven't looked in the workbook yet, there is a page in there for where to find Raise Your Hand that's going to help us with the voting. And I want to start with a practice vote. I would like everyone to raise their hand if they feel inspired by Dr. Jefferson Jenkins' speech this morning. If you're on a phone, you can use *9. And if you have trouble finding the raise your hand, now would be the time to put that into the chat. The number is still going up. I see a check mark and a wave. Those will not work because you need to be able to raise your hand to vote. When we get to the business part, only delegates will be able to vote. You can look in reactions for raise your hand. You can look under participants and click on your picture to raise your hand. I see another wave. Those aren't going to work. Those disappear and those don't help our election committee.
Hey, Deb,
Yes.
for people having trouble finding where that is, if they click on where it says participants, lots of times that will bring up the different choices
Right.
instead of reactions.
Right. That's why I suggested both. And you might also look in the workbook if you're still having trouble. But it looks like people are still finding them, so that's great.
What page in the workbook, please?
I don't have the workbook printed out. Let me find, it's near the beginning.
Carolyn says it's page 7.
Great. Thank you, Carolyn. Karen, I will find you and see if it shows up on my screen. I see that your hand is raised. So is there anyone else that is having problems finding their raised hand? Please let us know now, because when we vote, we want to make sure that you have the ability to vote.
It looks like there are about 25 to 30 people who have not raised their hand for whatever reason. It's not clear whether they're all trying to.
Mary, you're not getting yours to work. There, you. Yeah, I see some people are using a hand raise, and it could be that you have, Mary, I see your hand raised now. It could be that you have an older version of Zoom. Molly, that's a wave still. And the problem with the waves is that they disappear. And so when we go to vote, we want to make sure that everyone's vote gets counted. That's a hand raise, good. Just a few people still.
I updated my Zoom last night, so I'm good with that. I'm under participants. I see my name, but I can't see the hand wave thing. It
Look
says,
under reactions if you updated it last night. That's where mine is on the new version.
let's see that. Let me see. Is it under
Reactions
participants?
is at the bottom of the page on my screen. It's at the bottom of the screen. It's a little smiley face with
yeah.
a plus sign,
Yep, I see it.
and hand raise is at the bottom of that for me. And it's going to be different depending on your device and your
Got it.
version. Okay,
Thank you. Perfect.
you're welcome.
Hey, Deb, another, if it's just a few people that are having trouble, if you designate somebody, if they're able to see in the chat how to respond to somebody that's could collect their votes, you know, where they could just say what their vote is and direct it to a specific person that would track it. Maybe that's a solution.
We're down to 14 people who don't have their hands raised.
Right.
That's pretty good out of 7 screens.
Maybe repeat that little tutorial you just gave me about going to the bottom of the screen, hitting reactions, and then going down to the bottom, because it was very easy once I saw what I was doing.
Okay, so if you look at the bottom of your screen, there's, yay, Carla. there's a smiley face that says reactions and it's got a little plus there. If you have a newer version of Zoom, you will find reactions at the bottom with your hand, raise hand, and that's where you can raise your hand. Still a wave, Martha. And if you don't see it there, try clicking on participants and on your name, which should be at the top of participants, and you can raise hands there. And if you're on an iPad, I think it's in the top right. Nancy's on an iPhone and found it when she clicked on chat.
Hey, that's weird. I just noticed that it doesn't look like my hand's raised, but I raised it on my phone, but I'm not seeing it. Do you see my hand raised?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that does work. I know it works on my desktop. I was trying to make sure it worked on my phone. Okay, thanks.
So those who are still having problems raising your hand, if you will please, let's see, Nancy said not in chat, but when she clicked on the 3 dots on her iPhone, she was able to vote that way. Karen, I see your hand now. Martha, I feel like you got it the other day. And I see 1 thumbs up. The thumbs aren't going to work either. And Charlene placed a picture that you can download about how to do the hand raise. So let's, if you are still having trouble, is there anyone that would be available to help those who are still having trouble finding their hand raise? Then if you would text, if you would do a private chat, okay, Andrianne will help people. So I will, I don't want to, yeah, let's just chat Andrianne if you have issues, and I will go ahead and pin her too so that you can find her easily. I don't want to put you guys into a private room because I don't want you to lose out. So let's clear all and we will move on. Sorry, it's going to take just a moment. So, okay, there we go. Okay, and someone offered on an iPad, it's under more, so you might check there. Mary, Molly, do you have a question, or did you find your hand raised? Okay. And Karen, do you have a question, or did you just find your hand raised? Diane, do you have a question? Okay.
Deb, I have a question. I'm unable to restart my video. It says the host has disallowed it. So no big deal.
Yeah, I haven't. So I'm
not
not sure. Maybe go out and come back in. I had cleared everyone's hands and they keep coming back up. So if it would be good to stop raising your hands now. Okay, thank you for being patient as we figure out how we're going to do this virtually. Those of you who had difficulty with your video and you want to log out and come back, that might be the best solution. If you continue to have technical problems, it would be great if you can chat Andrienne. She's going to leave and come back so she gets a video. Carla, do you have a question? No? Okay, I'm going to lower your hand. Okay, the host hasn't stopped anyone's video. I don't know why it's telling you that, but if you need to log out and come back in, you can. And it looks like I'm going to need somebody to watch the waiting room too, please, as people try to come back in. All right, so thank you. That was fun. And let's keep going. Okay. I have pinned Martha and Ann at the top. If you have questions, and 1 second, Ernie, do you have a question? No, okay. I've pinned them at the top so that if you have questions, when we have an in-person convention, then if you have questions about what's going on, you have the opportunity to lean to the person next to you and say, I'm not really sure what's going on here. Then, sorry that the chat, it keeps flipping and I'm trying to tell if I need to respond or not. So we've designated a couple of people that you can go to with your questions. And we have Ann Sharp and Martha Stewart. So, and Ann's waving her hand there, and I've got Martha pinned. So if you have questions that you don't want to put into the chat them privately and they can help you. Sorry, Judy, do you have a question?
Yes, I logged out and then logged back in and I still can't start the video. It's fine. I'm still have access to the meeting, but it didn't work.
Okay.
And the other Judy is the same problem, and it's telling me a little sign that the host stopped my video.
And the same for D Woody.
Okay, maybe when I lowered everyone's hands that
Yes,
did
we all got kicked off.
Yeah, I'm having the same problem.
Fine.
Barbara Amster. But I just will stay blank.
Well, I am so sorry. It's
I
not
can
set-
follow. I can follow.
Okay, it's not set up that way, so I apologize. I'm not sure why it did that to you.
Same thing has happened.
Now it's working. Now it's working.
Okay, maybe it just takes a
It's
moment.
good. It's good.
Okay, awesome. All right. So, want to confirm with you too that when you vote, we will have the totals, but we won't know how you voted. We will just record the total. So, you know, we're not tracking who voted what. And a reminder that the observers do not vote. If you have any questions or a point of order, you should put those into the chat, but otherwise our chat won't be, we won't be using it for shout outs and things like that. We want to make sure that the business of the convention takes place on this floor of the Zoom and not in the chat rooms. So let's get started. I call to order the 40th Biennial Convention of the League of Women Voters of Virginia. Democracy for All. Now is the time. And I would like to introduce Judy Heline and Kathy Matuziak, the convention co-chairs. Welcome all.
Thank you. Thank you, Deb. On behalf of the convention committee and my co-chair, Kathy, I want to welcome everyone to the 40th convention of the League of Women Voters of Virginia, the first ever virtual convention. Democracy for all, now is the time. I know you all will believe me when I say that The committee had a very interesting journey on our way to this place today, your computer or your telephone. But we're so happy to see so many people here that have joined us this morning and will again tomorrow. In early 2019, when we started to plan for this convention, who knew? Who knew? March 2020, enter COVID-19. Our committee kept on keeping on though, hoping that COVID would go away. The virus laid bare all the inequities in our society, hence the theme of this convention, democracy for all. Now is the time. In November 2020, we were still hoping that we would be able to hold this convention in person. But just to be on the safe side, we went to the hotel to check it out. And we really realized very early on, this was not going to work, an in-person convention. The hotel restaurant was still closed. The bathrooms were locked. There were little circles on the floor where you had to stand 6 feet apart. Everybody was wearing masks. I stood in the area where we were hoping to have a reception, and I tried to imagine what it would be like. 125 of us in this area, 6 feet apart, wearing our masks, trying to sip our wine, and yelling at each other from our little 6-foot circles, you know. So we tried to imagine it, and it just didn't work. The hotel was canceled, and we went virtual. And here we are. And we got here without fighting traffic on I-95. And yes, here we are in our Zoom room, sipping our coffee from our league cups, wearing our fashionable league convention outfits. And by the way, you can visit our league market. It's so very close by, just a click onto the State League website. Yes, here we are, just a little bit sleepy because we stayed up very late last night reading our convention workbook. And actually, I'm really proud of the cover of that workbook because a Fairfax league student intern actually designed it. So here we are, grateful for all the volunteers and the technology that makes it possible. Let's get started. Democracy for all. Now is the time. Thank you, Deb.
Thank you, Judy, and thank you, Kathy, for co-chairing our committee. Also serving on the committee were Joan Port, Anu Sahai, Katerina Golner-Sweet, Mary Valder, Janet Boyd, Krista Rosa, Lisa Coteen-Gerchik, Krista Jones, Ann Sharp, and Sabina Rajpal. And my apologies, and please put into the chat if I missed anyone, but thank you all so very much. I know that this is not how you started out planning for a convention, and you had to pivot many times, but you've done a remarkable job to adapt to a virtual space. So thank you so very much. Now it's time for the roll call. Each local league president or designee will report the number of delegates and observers. Arlington, Joan Port.
Thank you, Madam President. Arlington has 12 delegates, a full contingent, and taking the president's position is past president and this convention co-chair and dear friend of the league, Kathy Matusiak. And we have one observer. Currently, Arlington has 285 members. Arlington is Virginia's little engine that could. And the democracy achievement about which I am most proud is the adaptability of our Arlington and Alexandria city members and their constant yes attitude. Last year in the pandemic's heights, they responded yes. Yes to sandwich boards, yes to spearheading the sending of 30,000 postcards, yes to 3,000 stickers on the doors of the unregistered, yes to voting registration events with masks and plexiglass shields. This year, they've jumped up and said yes to writing thousands of postcards for our friends across the water in the DC League for their statehood. They've said yes to partnering with the county on their Missing Middle initiative and the race and equity dialogues and so much more. Where there is yes, there is hope. And I am proud every day to have the honor of not only being the president, but just a member of this remarkable league. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. For Charlottesville, Pat Cochran, President.
Good morning, everybody from Charlottesville. We have 7 delegates with us today. We have 2 observers and myself. We have a total of 158 members, and our democracy achievements during the past year included 6 Sunday seminars open to the public covering justice reform, climate change, and our local water health, gun violence prevention, and state league studies. We also have an ongoing series of county comprehensive plan exploration, including conversations with the authors of that plan. On a monthly basis, we've been meeting with them. We did some sandwich board voter registration. We had some limited success with sharing voter registration information with the UVA student community. And also, almost all of these activities were facilitated by the willingness of our members to rise to the challenge of virtual meetings. I'm very proud to be president of our local league. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. Next, we have Anu Sahai speaking for the Fairfax League. And the Fairfax presidents are Nancy Rudberg and Anu Sahai.
Thank you, Deb. Good morning. My name is Anu Sahai, and I'm the co-president of the Fairfax League. Like Joan says, we are the big engine that did and does and continues. We are here today with 18 delegates and 9 observers. During this difficult year of COVID, we have adapted many of our programs and innovated in other areas. Membership is at 480 right now, although we did hit 532, hoping to get them all back. We've added 29 life members this year and have 32 student members. Action and advocacy, of course, has been busy as usual. We, along with senior county officials, held a forum on our county's One Fairfax racial and social equity policy during our November general meeting. We also moderated a virtual discussion forum last year on redistricting just before the elections. Our volunteers have developed a guidebook on CEDAW, which is the United Nations Human Rights Convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, and continues to seek support for this work from Fairfax County-based NGOs. We have drafted and submitted testimony for the Fairfax area delegation to the Virginia General Assembly and the county on its 2022 budget. Voter services, busy as usual, modified our efforts to work within pandemic restrictions. We've employed sandwich boards with QR codes so that people in public venues like farmers markets, et cetera, to register eligible voters. We have developed and provided electronic versions of our handouts for our website and use Zoom technology for our candidate forums. New thing this year, we have voter registration during vaccine clinic. People going to the government center for their vaccine can also get information on registering to vote and other education materials. We will be distributing bilingual voter ed materials with over 40 food banks in the areas. High school voter education and registration team has crafted a valuable range of video presentations explaining the hows and whys of voting, along with the history of voting, for use by educators and is available to the general public. Since we are unable to go into schools, we use these interactive video presentation sessions with students and teachers where we discuss voting as well as explain the mechanics of both paper and online registering. We have 9 high school and college interns who have contributed to many of our efforts, including peer education and outreach, and as Judy pointed out, one of the graphics for this convention. Unit meetings continue using Zoom and other online means, as was the case for our very successful annual meeting. As vaccines continue to roll out, we look forward to resuming our in-person efforts or perhaps something more hybrid. Thank you very much. And I am too very proud to be the co-president of the Fairfax League. Thank you.
Thanks, Anu. Charles, say it. Falls Church League is co-presidented by Allison Brown and Diane and Wendy Freeman and Allison.
Hi, I'm Allison Brown, and the Falls Church League has right about 100 members. Plus, in addition to those 100 members, we have 27 student members. We've had a really active year. We do have a high school group that's been very active in terms of discussions about various democracy issues and discussing the 100th anniversary of suffrage and all it means and all there's more to do. We've also had more than one a month in terms of virtual programs with really great participation and a wide range of topics. And we had actually a last minute city council race because one of our city council members died late summer last year. And so we quickly put together a forum so that people could learn about the 3 candidates running. And we ended up having extremely high voter participation this year, as we did across the country. In our little city of Falls Church, we had 79.79% of registered voters who voted in the November election. So we had, done work outside our farmers market and outside a couple of the apartment buildings in Falls Church to give out information, and hope that contributed. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Allison. Next, we'd like to hear from Fredericksburg area President Diane Shea. Diane, are you here? Diane, are you muted?
I'm so sorry. I'll start again. Diane Shea, President, League of Women Voters of the Fredericksburg area. We have 51 members in our league, and we have 4 delegates today and no observers. And our achievements in advancing democracy include many highlights of this past year. We had a very frank and revealing online conversation with the registrars from 5 of the 6 local governments in our area, discussing the challenges and successes on conducting the 2020 fall elections. They not only overcame things like death threats and having to have security for some of the polling places. In spite of all that, they delivered one of the most efficient and effective elections in recent years, and that we finally had a really sense. I think we had a good sense of really what they went through this year that we really didn't know at the time, and so they were very kind to share those kinds of thoughts with us. We had an observance of women's history this year, from suffrage time to recent years in our area, by a local historian to a very wide community via Zoom. We had an in-person video presentation this year about voting procedures and absentee ballot security on a local radio station, and later made widely available via the station's YouTube channel, as well as our own Facebook page. We did outreach to hundreds of voters, in particular over 65 voters in rural areas of our counties, about voting by absentee ballot with the Vote 411 postcards, and over 50% participation by our membership in writing and getting those postcards sent out. We sent out hundreds more during the campaign for the constitutional amendment on redistricting. So it was wonderful to see our members step forward and do that. We also co-sponsored just before that, before COVID, with the University of Mary Washington, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Freelance Star, which is our local newspaper, candidate forums for state and congressional delegates, while we could still do that in person. We're very proud of the progress that we've made in 5 short years, and we have a dedicated group of members, and we look forward to future growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diane. Loudoun County President Anna Kinney will be, the report will be presented by Director Priscilla Godfrey, who is also incoming president nominee. Priscilla? Priscilla, are you muted?
Good morning, everybody. Better?
Yes, thank you.
The Loudoun League has 53 members, and I think we have 3 delegates and no observers. We also had to pivot, but I'm really proud of the work we did despite the virus. We held a Zoom forum for Leesburg candidates, of which there were many. Sometimes there were 3 candidates for 1 position. And it was attended by over 67 people. We wrote more than 2,000 postcards. Some of them were for the redistricting constitutional amendment, and some were get out the vote with identified young people who had not voted before. So we're using Zoom for our meetings, our monthly meetings. We also had 2 community groups reach out for information on voting. I spoke before the Rotary. And I also gave a presentation to the Aldie Historical Society in Aldie, Virginia, in Loudoun County.
Thank you, Priscilla. Montgomery County President Beth Obenchain is present, but I believe Jess Davis, their DEI officer, will be presenting their report.
Thanks, Deb. So hello, everybody. My name is Jess Davis. I use she, her pronouns in representing the Montgomery County League. For our convention report, we'd like to report our current membership is at 140, including 8 delegates and 1 observer for this weekend's convention. Several accomplishments that we'd like to recognize this year include our growth in membership. We've also appointed a DEI representative, which is me, and started a book club with our members. Our first Tuesday talks have shown much success on Zoom through attracting both speakers and league members from around the state. Together, our members have advocated for the redistricting constitutional amendment by mailing out 1,000 postcards and posting vote yes signs at all of the county's precincts. This year, we have also printed and distributed several thousand fact brochures that include detailed research with voter and contact information for our local, state, and nationally elected officials and other government offices. We'd also like to recognize the completion of a 3-year study on financing the schools in Montgomery County, which we used the findings to help shape a proposal that is being submitted this weekend for a statewide study of equity in state funding for K-12 education. Finally, we want to take a moment to celebrate a huge milestone for our league, as 2021 marks our 50th anniversary of the Montgomery County League of Women Voters. 50 years is surely no small feat, and with that, we'd like to express pride in our founding members, particularly that of Nanny B. Hairston, a beloved leader in Montgomery County's Black community. At the time in 1971, the National League was still struggling with full acceptance and integration of Black women, but Nanny and the other founding members were able to push through the obstacles they faced and start our league. And with that is the end of the Montgomery County report. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. And thank you for sharing about Nanny. Prince William and Fauquier Area President Carol Proven. And hopefully, I know that Carol sometimes has internet problems. Are you here, Carol?
I do. I am unstable frequently. Good morning, all. My name is Carol Provin, and I'm the president of the Prince William Fauquier Area League. Over the last 2 years, our league has worked hard together, separately, to do our league work. We've had sterling members who've developed book discussions, SIPs and civility Zoom meetings, and programs with outstanding speakers monthly. Members have been active during the General Assembly, reporting on bills and contacting legislators. This has continued and strengthened with interest in state and local politics in areas such as redistricting, election laws, and affordable housing. Even with the pandemic, we've been active in encouraging voter registration, especially at the high school level. Teachers in high schools in Prince William and Fauquier County have been eager to get information on voter registration out to their students provided by our members. It's been especially gratifying to see Fauquier County high schools getting involved. Voter registration has been actively pursued by our postcard writing efforts, sending out more than 1,000 postcards of encouragement to register and vote, as well as redistricting information. We have been participating in a Black Lives Matter vigil in Warrenton for almost a year. Today is the 49th Saturday morning vigil, working with community partners determined to show our commitment to the cause of racial justice. We have had a true focus through these last years on diversity, equity, and inclusion, whether in our programs, book discussions, in participation in league study groups, or participation in local events. One of our most gratifying moments was being accepted by the state and US League with our new name, recognizing the emergence of Fauquier County members as a dynamic and valued part of our league. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. And my apologies, Carlo, in the page flip, I missed Lynchburg at the top. So I messed up our alphabetical order, but would you please speak for the Lynchburg League, Carla Heath?
Thank you. I didn't know if you were really going alphabetically or not.
I was attempting.
I'm Carla Heath, the outgoing president of the League of Women Voters of Lynchburg. We have 60 members now. 10 of them are new this year. 5 are longtime members. We have a couple of students. We have 6 delegates with us today. Our achievements, we did it over the past 2 years since the last convention. After a 2-year study that included public information programs with the principals of the Lynchburg Adult Drug Treatment Court, we adopted a new position supporting drug courts as a way to keep people out of incarceration. Then at the beginning of 2020, we collaborated with the NAACP, the United States and City US Census representatives to hold a public information forum where people explained how the census data influenced funding for city services. And we recruited census takers. Of course, things changed a bit, as we all know. We expanded our Get Out the Vote and voter registration drives to include area naturalization ceremonies, which again have been put on hold until maybe August this year, but also to speak to some businesses that have invited us to do that. And during the COVID, we had developed ways of flagging people, urging them to register, urging them to vote at the bike paths in the city, at the city parks. I guess another big effort has been working for redistricting amendment, which we've been doing for years and years. In the last year, we had a virtual forum, before that live forums, mailed postcards, posted yard signs. But I think most important, speaking to people at the polls, particularly those Saturdays before the actual election, talking to hundreds of people, explaining what the amendment was all about. And I think it paid off. Finally, in order to make our membership better reflect the demographics of our city, both race-wise, age-wise, is we've established some dues assistance programs, which we hope will bring in lots of young people in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Lynn McMartin is president of the Richmond metro area.
Good morning. Our 147 Richmond Metro members, represented here by 9 delegates, including the president and 7 observers, celebrate a year of stellar growth and member involvement. Richmond Leaguers provided leadership for the 2 studies being voted at this convention. They approached the DEI committee's book reviews, speakers, and discussion with honesty and enthusiasm for change. Their accomplishments in the last year were too many to name in a brief description, and these comments mention only a few of our events and projects. I believe we raised the profile of the League in Richmond with radio shows, car parades, and billboards, and also by wearing our navy blue t-shirts and showing up for the affordable housing community and monitoring election boards. I also believe we have become a more welcoming and accessible group who, without taking ourselves too seriously, take on important work and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Roanoke Valley President Jean Holzinger.
Hi, thanks, Deb. The Roanoke Valley chapter started in, or this iteration started in 2017, and in 2019 was approved as a local league. We are holding steady at 30 members, and we have 2 delegates at this convention. Last fall, we hosted several voter registration events on National Voter Registration Day remotely because of COVID restrictions, mostly at area colleges. We contacted area retirement communities to offer assistance with voter registration. We worked with local housing authority communities to promote voter registration and voting. And we participated in an inaugural citizen fair with a local church and other civic and voter education organizations. We also mailed more than 1,000 postcards in support of the redistricting constitutional amendment and 1,000 get out the vote postcards to low turnout precincts, working with advice from the local president of our local NAACP chapter. Since January, we've hosted monthly Zoom events for our members on a variety of topics, including a follow-up. I think Diane mentioned in Fredericksburg that they had a good discussion with area registrars, as did we. What happened, what went well, what didn't go so well. But we too honored their good work. And we have worked with another voter organization this spring to send around 700 postcards to unregistered voters. So like many of you, I'm proud to be representing our league today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Southampton Roads has co-presidents Judith Brown and Heather Miller-Tokars as co-presidents, and Sharon McGlone, vice president, will be presenting the report this morning.
Good morning. I bring you a big wave of greetings from Southampton Roads, where we are surrounded by water, tunnels, and bridges. We have 138 members, including 4 life members, and we're represented today by 8 delegates, 4 observers, and 1 state board member. Our co-presidents have led the year with huge catches of democracy achievement. For advocacy with our General Assembly, our league has cast a wide net and participated in a regional coalition, the Legislative Collaborative Table of Hampton Roads. We joined with 25 organizations, and this year, the entire coalition focused on redistricting, voting access, environmental justice, and other equally important issues. A strong current of league advocacy benefited our community through local media with letter writing to the newspapers and TV and radio interviews. Our voter services held voter registration events in a church and a brewery. We addressed over 3,000 postcards to various states, and we participated with the local school system and food banks to give voters information. Southampton Roads League engaged in lively discussions of racism, racial equity, and civil discourse. The Girls Who Brought Down the Walls School Segregation in Virginia Zoom program had over 100 participants from across Virginia and other states. Our book discussions and dynamic speakers challenge us to go against the tide to create a more perfect democracy. In August, we celebrated the centennial of the 19th Amendment, and we remembered our region's local suffragists, such as Pauline Adams and Maud Jamison. That event garnered local media attention, giving us the opportunity to explain how important all votes remain today. The League of Southampton Roads is setting our compass on another year of advocacy success.
Thank you, Sharon. Washington County President Mary Jennings.
Our league has 39 members, 3 delegates with no observers today. Our democracy achievement this year is our effort to reach students to both register and get out the vote. Besides contacting teachers, we've texted students, put up yard signs, provided swag. Our college students have created chalk art on sidewalks and designed buttons. Abington High School this year has the highest percentage of students registering to vote as part of the High School Governor's Challenge. We're reaching out to Hispanic voters for the first time and doing translations of posters. We did registration and election education, including a focus on redistricting at food distribution centers, senior living centers, Head Start centers, and older youth programs. Because we know how difficult it is for some counties to fund schools, we're working with Montgomery County to study equity and funding in education. This year, we have done forums on Zoom. We've met every month on Zoom, and we found it's much easier to attend state league meetings since we are 5 hours away from Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And it's been great for the participation you've been able to do because we're on virtual platform. Williamsburg, Sudie Watkins.
Good morning. Thanks, Deb. And I want to thank everyone who has worked so hard to make this convention a reality. I'm honored to represent the Williamsburg area. I like to think of us as small but mighty. Although the Williamsburg area is small in geographical size and population, we are proud to be mighty in membership. We currently have 326 members, and in addition to the president, we have 14 delegates and 1 observer to the convention, as well as 2 league members ready to join the state board. We knew this would be a challenging and different kind of year, but we have found new ways to be an active league. Last February 14th, we held a tea for over 100 people in honor of the league's centennial celebration, where Pat Worth told the story of the Turning Point Memorial. We know we stand on the shoulders of many. We may have gone a bit overboard with Zoom this year, but you could not dampen the spirits of our members who wanted to discuss everything from civics to foreign policy and more. As I started to list everything we did, I realized I could only scratch the surface of our activities. I will highlight just a few. Voter services were very busy. Volunteers helped the county registrar for many hours in providing information and administering absentee ballots. Outreach to the community encouraged voter participation through suds for votes at local brewers and restaurants. Flyers in both English and Spanish were distributed about voting. Our group gave information to teachers on registering students to vote. Zoom webinars, which were held more often than monthly, featured speakers on civics education, the history of suffrage, affordable housing, immigration, barriers to voting, the Great Decisions series, and several more topics. This was done through community partnerships with the Williamsburg Library, William and Mary, and the NAACP. Advocacy did not take a back seat this year. Participation in the Women's Legislative Roundtable and lots of issue groups was strong. We did lots of postcards and signs about the constitutional amendment on redistricting, which kept many members busy. Virtual meetings with our legislators kept us informed about the General Assembly. We ended this year with everyone vaccinated and celebrated by holding a recent board meeting with a picnic in the park. Many of us met for the first time in person, and we look forward to another great year when we can meet together and continue to empower voters and defend democracy.
Thank you, Sudi. And that is our roll call. And that leads to Kathy Matuziak, Chair of the Credentials Committee. Kathy, you're muted.
Oh, I just did it. Sorry about that. Per our bylaws, 30% of the possible number of voting delegates are needed for a quorum other than the members of the state board. Also, you need a majority of the local leagues to be represented. In total, there are 126 potential voting delegates, including all local leagues and local league presidents and interleague members. We have 14 local leagues, all of whom are represented today. Woot woot for that. That's amazing. So that's one part of the quorum. And today we have 107 delegates in attendance this morning, which is 85% of total voting delegates. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Kathy and Lisa. I know that was a little bit fun trying to do it virtually. So yes. a majority vote is required. The motion on behalf of the Credentials Committee is to adopt the first credentials report. All those in favor, all delegates in favor, please raise your hands. Of all those who wish to vote, voted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If there are any who are not able to vote, will you please put a chat to me just to make sure that everyone's votes are counted? Thank you. And I am not going, we have 104, that is a majority. If there are any opposed, we won't need to take that because we do have a majority. I'm gonna let, okay. And if you will please lower your hands. All right, all of the hands are down. Thank you so much. Yay, we did our first real vote. Carol, if you are not able to send me a private chat if it's not allowing you to, I don't have permission to give, so just send me a private chat if it won't let you vote. And do you have your hand? I'm going to lower your hand. Okay, it's down. All right, good. Then I think we're good there. Ernie Bridges, Director with LWV-VA, will read the convention standing rules, which are also found in your workbook.
Good morning. I will read the proposed rules for convention. Proposed convention rules and procedures. A motion to adopt these rules will be made at the open plenary session. Amendments may be offered at this time and require a majority vote of delegates present to adopt. The rules as proposed or amended require a 2/3 vote of the delegates present for adoption. 1. Only accredited delegates representing local leagues of the state and members at large, MALs, and the inter-league organization, ILO, and LWV-VA board members may vote. 2. Only accredited delegates and those authorized by the chair may address the convention. 3. In debate, no person shall speak more than once on a motion until all others who wish to speak have done so. No person shall speak more than twice on the same motion. Debate shall be limited to 2 minutes per speaker unless other procedural limits take precedence. 4. Speakers shall use virtual hand raise and when called on, announce their names and leagues when addressing the convention. 5. Only motions and amendments to the motions will be written into the chat box on Zoom, with the exception of points of order. 6. Copies of the credential reports will be filed with the secretary. 7. Refer to bylaws for quorum, Article 7, Section 6. 30% of the possible number of voting delegates other than the members of the state board shall constitute a quorum, provided that a majority of local leagues are represented. 8. After approval of the Readers Committee, the minutes of the convention shall be received by the LWV-VA board no later than September 1st, 2021. 9. Voting procedures during plenary sessions will use the raised hand feature. The Elections Committee is responsible for reporting the result to the president. 10. Only announcements that relate to the business of the convention or the welfare of the participants shall be made. Announcements shall be made only by persons designated to do so. 11. All attendees shall be muted unless recognized to speak during plenary, workshops, and caucuses. 12. Refer to the LWV-VA bylaws for program adoption. Article X, Section 3. A. LWV-VA committees and task forces, local league boards, and voting members of the LWV-VA may make recommendations for new issues for study, amendment, or elimination of current LWV-VA positions, or concurrence with a new support position. Recommendations must be submitted to the state board at least 3 months before convention or council. B. Any such league board, LWV-VA study committee, task force, or voting member shall send to the board accompanying background information on the issue proposed for study, concurrence, amendment, or action, including the timing, need and importance of the issue for study or action, and the rationale for seeking the proposal form of obtaining member agreement. C, the board shall consider all properly submitted recommendations and formulate a proposed program, which shall be sent to the presidents of local leagues and ILOs and to the chairs of members at large units at least 4 weeks before convention, or if the board recommends, the council. D, the convention or council shall adopt or amend the program proposed by the board by a majority vote of those present and voting. E, a program recommendation properly submitted by the 5 deadline, but not proposed by the board, may be adopted by the convention only if its consideration is ordered by a majority vote of the convention and the proposal receives approval by a 3/5 vote of the convention delegates present and voting at a subsequent session of the same meeting. 13, to suspend a rule, a 2/3 vote of delegates present is required. On behalf of the Standing Rules Committee, I move the adoption of the standing rules.
Thank you, Ernie. This is a 2/3 vote, and reminder that only delegates will vote. The motion is on behalf of the Standing Rules Committee. Motion to adopt the standing rules. Please raise your hands if you are in favor. Have all those who voted wish to vote? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you have not voted, but we're trying to raise your hand, if you would please private chat me, we'll make sure that we count your vote. We have 106 in favor. The motion passes. We have our standing rules. You may lower your hands. So one more vote is required to make this an official convention, and that is the adoption of the convention workbook. And Kathy Matuziak, chair of the convention, co-chair of the convention, will read our motion. Kathy, you're muted.
Sorry, did that again. Thank you, Deb. Deb showed everyone where the convention workbook was. So on behalf of the convention committee, I move to adopt the convention workbook as presented.
Thank you, Kathy. Fran, your hand is, oh, okay. I think people have started to vote. The motion is on behalf of the convention committee, motion to adopt the convention workbook. All those in favor, please raise your hand. This is a majority vote. We do not need seconds for these because they are coming from committees. Has everyone who wished to vote placed their vote? And if you are having any issues trying to chat, if you will, trying to raise your hand, if you will please chat me and we will make sure that your vote is counted. There is a question in the chat about the agenda for the plenary. That is in the workbook that we are voting on now. And people are taking down, okay, don't take your votes down yet. We want to make sure that we have everybody counted. And for the election, and it's on page 8 is the plenary. For everyone, for the election committee, please add 2 votes to the total that you see. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. You may lower your hands. And with that, the 40th Biennial Convention is now in session. With us today is Coco Seward, and Coco is buried in the list of participants, but Coco is our parliamentarian today and will be assisting me. I'm sorry she is not right at my elbow, but there may be times when I'll need to pause so that we can confer. Janet, you have a question? No, okay. And I would like to introduce the League of Women Voters of Virginia board members. First, Vice President Joan Port. And just raise your hand if you're on screen. I know that we have 6 screens of people. So Mary Crutchfield, Second Vice President. Martha Rollins, Secretary. Debbie Combus, Treasurer. Doris Bay, Director. Janet Boyd, Director. Ernie Bridges, Director. Janet Gorn, Director. Andrienne Consta-Salvet, Director. Grace Lawless, Director. Julia Tanner, Director. Thank you all for your service. I would like to announce the various committees that are helping us with the plenary today. On the Credentials Committee, we have Kathy Matuziak, who's the chair, Arlington member, and Arlington member Lisa Coteen-Gerchik. Convention Standing Rules, co-chairs of the convention, Judy Heeline is the chair of that committee, and Kathy and Judy is a Fairfax member, and Kathy Matuziak from Arlington. Resolutions Committee, Carolyn Rude, chair. Carolyn is a Montgomery County member. Sabina Rajpal is a Falls Church member. Jean Holzinger, president of the Roanoke League. Doris Bay, state board member, and Mary Crutchfield, state board member. The Elections Committee is composed of Carol Bursick, Fairfax member, Sharon McLone, Southampton Roads member, and Mary Ann Moxon, Williamsburg member. The readers for the 2021 convention minutes are Bethany Mickles, Lynchburg member, Sharon Owlett, Williamsburg member, and Tina Pruitt, Fredericksburg member. And I would like to thank the readers of the 2019 convention. And those are Molly McClellan, I'm sorry, Molly, Mary Ann Moxon, and Joanne McAlpin. And those minutes are in the back of your convention book if you would like to look and see what it was like when we did this in person. So thank you all so much for your help in putting this convention together and making everything run smoothly. Next, Janet Boyd will go through the bylaw amendments that the board is proposing. And then we will debate and vote, and those are found on beginning on page 31 of the workbook.
Thank you, Deb. I'm Janet Boyd. I am from the Arlington League. The League of Women Voters of Virginia board supports 4 changes to the League's bylaws, all of which you will see in the workbook. We will consider each change separately, but we will vote and discuss today only those 2 that are not mandated by the League of Women Voters US. A more complete explanation of each of these changes, as I mentioned, is included in your convention materials. So the first change is to add a DEI policy to our bylaws, to Article 2, which lists all the purposes and policies of the League of Women Voters of Virginia. Although the League of Women Voters US mandates this change, which was also added to their bylaws, the board fully supports this addition to our bylaws. We do not need to vote on this change since it is mandatory. The second change relates to student membership. It adds a new student membership category to Article 3, which describes each of the League's voting members. This conforms the League of Women Voters of Virginia bylaws to the League of Women Voters US bylaws. And while the change has been mandated by the national office, the board is pleased to recommend this change, knowing that adding students is an important way to diversify our voting membership. We do not need to vote on this change since it is mandatory. So I'm going to go to the third change, and I'm going to share my screen like I've been doing for all our motions. Just a second here. Okay, so this is the third change to our bylaws. And I will give the motion first, and then we will have a discussion like we need to, since we will have to have a vote on it. For the third bylaw change, with the support of the League of Women Voters of Virginia board, I move that we adopt the League of Women Voters US language, changing the term member at large unit to League at large to confirm our terminology.
Thank you, Janet. It's been moved with the support of the League of Women Voters of Virginia board to adopt the LWV US bylaw language, changing the term member at large unit to League at large to conform terminology. Is there any debate?
And I can give a quick overall discussion of this at first.
Okay.
So as Deb mentioned, the third bylaw changes substitutes the League of Women Voters of Virginia bylaws term members at large units to leagues at large, a term now used by the League of Women Voters of US. This term describes those groups of league members who are close to qualifying as a local league, but not just yet. We do not have any of these groups at this time. However, the board wants to confirm our bylaws with those of the National League. Because this is not a mandated change by the National League, we will need to vote on this bylaw change. Thank you, Deb.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Then hearing none, please raise your hand if you are in favor of the motion. That does not need a second because it comes from the board. And Sherry, I don't have an answer for when US made that terminology change. Have all those who wish to vote voted? If you are unable to raise your hand, will you please private chat me? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. You may lower your hand. And that motion does pass with 105. These do need a 2/3 vote support because it is a bylaws change, and we did have that.
So Deb, I'll go forward with the last change. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you can see the last motion that we have on the bylaws. I am going to give the motion first for the 4th bylaw change with the support of the League of Women Voters of Virginia Board. I move that we adopt changes to our bylaws that will allow members at large to be named voting delegates at convention and at council with proportional representation comparable to the local leagues.
So the motion has been made that on behalf of the Credentials Committee, to adopt the, it's the wrong motion, Janet.
Whoops. This is it. Does it show up now?
No, it says the first credentials report.
Okay. Sometimes for some reason when I do that, it doesn't show the right thing. Can you see it now?
Yes. So the motion is, with support of the state board, motion to adopt bylaw changes to allow members at large to be named voting delegates at convention and council with proportional representation comparable to local leagues. I will allow 10 minutes for debate. Janet, would you like to speak in favor?
Yes, I will speak in favor. The last bylaw changes adds convention and council voting representation for our members at large, or we call our miles, using the same proportional representation that our bylaws provide for local leagues, or 1 delegate for each 25 voting members. And I think we do have one here today. The board believes that miles should have voting representation at both the convention and council to ensure that all views are represented from voting members throughout Virginia in decisions made at these meetings. Thank you, Deb.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Please raise your hand. Then all those in favor of supporting the motion, please raise your hand.
Wait, Deb, I'm having problems. I'd like to make a friendly amendment, please, to bring it into alignment with, I had trouble raising my hands. I had trouble unmuting one device and the other. I would like to make a friendly amendment to the language to bring it into, I don't know, to make it match with the one we just did, because we just changed member at large to league at large. So I was wondering if we could change the language to match that.
No, let me explain. The league at large, formerly the language was member unit at large, and the National League changed that to be league at large. This is talking about individual members. And so it's not a unit, but a member at large. And so we are not voting to bring in a whole league. It's the individual units, the individual members who have joined the state league but don't belong to a local league.
So throughout, I just want clarity. So throughout the state of Virginia, where there's members at large, they themselves make their own essential body, then that would be able to have representations go to the convention?
Correct. And it would be proportional.
Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying.
There's a question about how do individual members at large select delegates? The board, particularly the membership chair, would be involved in that. Are there any other questions? Then let's resume voting. All those in favor of supporting the motion to allow members at large to be named as delegates to vote in conventions and councils with proportional representation comparative to local leagues, please raise your hand. And again, this is a 2/3 vote. Has everyone voted that wants to vote? Is there anyone who is having difficulty voting? Please private chat me. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 108 in support of the amendment. It passes. You may lower your hands. Then with that, the 40th Biennial Convention is pleased to welcome Tanja Roberts, our first MAL delegate to the state convention. Welcome, Tanja, as a voting delegate.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Wow. This is amazing. I didn't realize. I'm excited. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And we hope that Tanja will be a founding member of a league at large in her part of the state. So news to come.
Absolutely.
Treasurer's report, Debbie Cumbus, treasurer for LWV-VA.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm Debbie Cumbus, the treasurer, and I'm a founding member of the Fredericksburg Area League. By holding all our events this fiscal year virtually, we have had minimal expenditures, and with the generous amount of donations received, the financial state of both the 501c3, the education fund, and the 501c4, our operating fund, will start the new fiscal year positively. In normal years, we strive to break even on all events, but quite often expenses tend to be more than the income. So having this extra in the accounts will allow us to provide more to our members and community. The 501c4 and 501c3 funds need to be kept and accounted for separately as they are governed by different rules, nonprofit, IRS, and grant restrictions. When I took over the treasurer's position last year, I converted the data from spreadsheets into QuickBooks, which is a bookkeeping software, which provides for more detailed reporting. I'm working to fine-tune the books to align with the 990 tax form. And in summary, we're doing fine financially. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. I need to pause one moment, please. Thank you. Nominating Committee Chair Sue Lewis will give the report of the nominating committee. Sue?
Yep. Madam President, the nominating committee submits the following nominations: for President, Deb Wake; for First Vice President, Joan Port; for Second Vice President, Ernie Bridges; for Secretary, Jess Davis; for Treasurer, Debbie Combest; for Director, Doris Bay; for Director, Janet Boyd; for Director, Carolyn Kaywood; for Director, Denise Harrington; for Director, Andrian Consta Salvetis; for Director, Natalie Miller Moore; for the nominating committee chair, Mary Crutchfield; for members of the nominating committee, Chris DeRosa and Beth Obenchain.
Thank you, Sue. Now we will open the floor to nominations. And if you are making any nominations from the floor, the person that you're nominating must be willing to serve. Are there any nominations from the floor? If so, please raise your hand and make your nomination. Then, hearing no further nominations at this time, the nominating committee submits the following nominations: for President, Deb Wake; for First Vice President, Joan Port; for Second Vice President, Ernie Bridges; for Secretary, Jess Davis; for Treasurer, Debbie Combest; for Director, Doris Bay; for Director, Janet Boyd; for Director, Carolyn Kaywood; for Director, Denise Harrington; for Director, Andrian Consta Salvet; for Director, Natalie Moore Miller; for nominating committee chair, Mary Crutchfield; for nominating committee, Chris DeRosa; for nominating committee, Beth Obenchain. And my apologies, as soon as the screen share started, it would not let me finish pinning people to the top so that you could see the nominees. I'll try to keep doing that as we move along so that you can get a face on everybody. If we were meeting in person, then you would have the opportunity to have lunch with us, or you could see us in the hall and ask us questions and make us tell you why we should be elected. So we will take the vote on Sunday. How are we on time? We're pretty much on schedule, so yay us. Now we are, let's see. It's hard to do both. Now we're in the program planning part of the plenary. And what you will see now is every 2 years at convention, the delegation approves studies that will be undertaken for the next 2 years. And the reason that these studies are important is they form the basis of our advocacy. The studies produce a position, and that's where we come together and we look over the studies as local leagues. We'll need to figure out how we're going to involve members at large in this process, but these are how we get consensus about these are the things that the league supports. We are a truly grassroots organization. And when we go to our legislators and say the league believes that this issue is important, they have the assurance that all of the league or a majority of its members are in support of that. And because it is a league position, as league members, we do not speak against it, even if perhaps we are not fully on board. But that's why these are so important. And we met with many, many legislators this year, and we're thanked for the league's involvement. And the thing that I keep telling everybody over and over again is how the league went from the 49th most difficult state to vote to the 12th easiest state to vote in. And that is thanks to our hard work. And it wasn't just this board, it was all of you, and it was all of the members who have served in the league leading up to this. And it's not enough. As Carolyn said, we're not done, but we are very proud of making Virginia so much easier to vote in. And we are certainly a beacon in what's going on across the nation right now. So thank you all for your hard work in getting this to happen. But that's why these studies are important. And legislators know that we have done our homework. And so these studies are doing the homework, and we are educating the legislators. And I would like to introduce Janet Gorn, who will present the affordable housing motion. Janet, are you able to unmute?
Yeah, I just did. Okay. Good morning, everyone. As Jeb just said, this is an important activity that we do on a regular basis all the time to influence public policy. But for this biennium, I did want to make a comment. The chairs and their study group membership included a high level of expertise, resulting in impressive study reports and policy recommendations. I've worked with these groups before, but I cannot say enough about the hard work that went in there and all of our local leagues who contributed members to the study. And these were complicated studies that kept evolving over the 2-year period because of what was going on in the robust legislative environment. So we have 2 motions that I'm very proud and pleased to be able to make as the state program chairman. The first is affordable housing study. On behalf of the Affordable Housing Committee and supported by the League of Women Voters Board, I move adoption of the new affordable housing position in full. The position in brief states the League of Women Voters supports state funding mechanisms and laws and policies that increase the study of and equal access to safe, quality, affordable housing for all Virginians.
Thank you, Janet. It's been moved by the board. There's no second needed. Alice is available for questions, and Alice has 3 minutes to speak in favor of the motion. Alice Toussaint was the chair of the Affordable Housing Committee.
Hi, thank you, Janet. Can you all hear me? Good. We started our study in the fall of 2019 because we knew how important the issue of affordable housing is. It is connected to education, health, transportation, jobs, and racial equity. Little did we know in the fall of 2019 that in 6 months' time, there would be a pandemic highlighting the need for affordable housing, as thousands of households across the state would lose their jobs and were in jeopardy of losing their homes. And little did we know then that a majority of low-wage earners were considered essential workers, and these households would be at the highest risk of getting the disease and dying from it. So many of them had to continue working, but were unable to social distance while living with extended family or other households. It was ironic and prophetic that the focus of our study was the housing needs of renters' households at 50% of area and median income and below. Our study shed light on the need with such data as 70% of extremely low income renter households, that's 173,000 statewide, pay more than 50% of their income on housing, and that there are only 36 affordable and available housing units in Virginia for every 100 extremely low income renter households. The state has a huge role in helping to meet the housing needs of these households. with financial resources such as the Virginia Housing Trust Fund, which creates and preserves affordable housing, or a potential state-funded housing choice voucher program that could provide rental subsidies for our poorest families. The state has also a role in the passage of laws and policies that provide more equal access to housing, such as allowing housing choice voucher holders to live where they choose and not be discriminated against, and laws that protect tenants from evictions, and laws that mitigate the impact of evictions. So the 2021 General Assembly also saw what was happening during the pandemic and appropriated millions more in state funding for affordable housing and in passing laws to protect tenants during the state of emergency. Now it's our turn to advocate for and support these and other efforts at the state level. Since we Leaguers don't belong to the usual housing network, our voices will be listened to, which makes our advocacy even more important and valuable. We really will make a difference. On behalf of the State Affordable Housing Committee, I request your support for our full position. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. I will place into the chat the link for, there was a caucus Thursday night for the affordable housing. Alice gave a more full view of the study and answered questions, and I just placed into the chat where you can find that. Are there any questions for Alice about the proposed position? And I see that Frida Cathcart has her hand raised. Frida?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
For some reason, my desktop's not working, so I'm using my phone. So I support this motion and excellent presentation Thursday night. My question is, when there's a study and for us to vote on this motion, how is that watchdogged as potential legislation is created in the General Assembly to make sure that it is congruent with what this motion is, and that this motion isn't used to support legislation that starts out good but transforms to be something that isn't in alignment with this?
I need to interrupt here. So the purpose of these questions are clarifying questions. And so the questions about the how the study will be used are questions that could be sent to Alice or that could have been presented Thursday night, but these are really clarifying questions. We will debate it tomorrow, but this is really just to present it. And if you're not quite, if there are things you don't understand about the study, that's the sort of questions that we're answering today. Tomorrow will be a debate, but if you have questions about nuances, those will be offline.
Can I just add, Deb, that folks that want to talk about a follow-up to the study and what will be done about it, please join the Affordable Housing Issues Committee, and you can find that on the state website.
Thank you, Alice. Lois, you had a question about the position?
Yeah, I take it this would replace whatever we have, or do we have anything in our position? Nothing at all. So this would be a brand new section. Thank you.
Correct.
Are there any other questions about this position? Okay, then a reminder, we will vote on this tomorrow. It can be amended at that time, but we will allow 10 minutes for discussion, pros and cons, and then we'll take the vote. We can extend discussion if we don't have enough time to discuss it then. The position, there's a link to the position in the workbook, but you will also find it on the convention tab on the website. There's lots and lots of information on that convention tab. So next, Janet, would you read the motion for the election position, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. This group worked really hard. On behalf of the Affordable Housing Committee, whoops, nope, on behalf of the Election Law Review Committee and supported by the board, I move adoption of the Election Law Review full study position changes and additions as documented in the convention materials for inclusion in the position for action.
Thank you. And just to update, this is an update to an existing position that many felt, let's see, it's, okay, yeah, we don't have the correct slide up there, please. This is an update to an existing position.
It's a review of the position we had and then to make recommendations to enhance it or change it. They did a really great job.
No.
We're still at members at large here.
No, next one. Yay.
Here we go. All right. We're now an election law study committee. Yes, on behalf of the board. And I do recommend that members approve this.
So are there any questions? Let's see, actually, Sydney Johnson.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, has 3 minutes to speak to the motion.
Good morning. At convention in 2019, members of the Virginia League passed a resolution to review and update the election law's position because they realized that the position needs specific language addressing election security, ranked choice voting, risk limiting audit, and voter access. The changes that we recommend are in bold italics in the position narrative. Public trust in the election process has been eroded by news of potential software and mechanical weaknesses and by misleading assertions in the media. We stress securing and verifying elections to promote public trust in them. Localities must have enough support for the infrastructure they need for new practices such as ranked choice voting and risk limiting audits. The Department of Elections must have the authority and resources for training personnel in all jurisdictions to ensure adherence to the latest certification standards for all steps in the voting process, including adherence by equipment vendors. The state must adopt new standards and methods as they develop. No excuse absentee voting became the law during the study period. We reinforce the Virginia League's past support of all methods of voting early. Risk limiting audits should be conducted so that by random selection of enough jurisdictions each year, each jurisdiction will be audited at least once in every 5-year period. These audits must be conducted transparently before certification with the possibility of affecting the outcome. Virginia's voter registration database must be secure and kept up to date without removing legitimately registered voters. The integrated software applications governing the whole range of election management systems and devices must comply with statewide security standards. Election officers must securely store all equipment and document the chain of custody at each stage. While internet voting has an appeal, it is vulnerable to hacking. We strongly oppose internet voting unless and until improvements provide trustworthy cybersecurity and individual protections for ballots. The photo ID requirement was eliminated, but it could be introduced again. We still recommend an explicit statement opposing photo IDs. We support localities that choose ranked choice voting. Statewide use should come gradually as the infrastructure and public education requirements have substantially been met. The whole electoral process needs continual scrutiny to ensure that voters have several reliable pathways for registration and that their efforts to cast ballots are never impeded by too few precincts or by procedures resulting in delays or disenfranchisement. Going forward, we must vigilantly combat all disinformation about elections. we ask for your vote in favor of this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. And thank you to all who have worked on both of these studies for 2 years. They were quite well done and really appreciate your hard work. Again, tomorrow, we will have debate over the election law position as well as the affordable housing position, and we will take the vote on those then. And Janet, you have another motion for us?
Yes. The League carries on public policy advocacy activities before the Virginia General Assembly, as well as other civil society fora. The League's policy positions can be found in its position for actions. On behalf of the League of Women Voters Virginia Board, I move to retain all 25 policy positions for actions adopted for the 2019-2021 biennium. Now, if we approve of the affordable housing, that will make 25 positions we will have.
So are there any questions about the retention of current positions? And hearing none, that also will be voted on tomorrow. So next, we will present the recommended program for 2021 to 2023. And Mary, you have a question?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the number of studies approved by this convention for program for 2021 to 2023 be no more than 2. And to achieve that end, we use ranked choice voting.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
I second also.
Okay. Then.
You want me to speak to it now?
Not quite.
Okay.
Let's set 10 minutes for debate. And what I would like is if you wish to speak in favor or in opposition to the motion, please raise your hand. And it would be helpful if you put into chat whether you wish to speak for or against the motion. And then Janet, can we get the motion on the screen share?
It is.
Thank you. Now it is, okay. Sorry,
is.
I had the other one still there. So I will try to flip between the pro and the against. If we were in person, we would have 2 microphones with a red and a green, and it would be very obvious who wanted to speak and which side of the issue that you were wishing to speak on. And let me also find Pat and pin her. Oh, sorry, not wrong Pat. Sorry, Pat. And I would like everyone who's not speaking to mute, please. Okay. And I'm going to stop the share for just a moment because it messes everything up on my view when we're doing all these things. So Pat has a timer that she will use to let you know when you have 30 seconds left. We're limiting debate to 2 minutes per speaker. And yes, Mary, please speak to your motion.
My name is Mary Valder. I'm from the Fairfax Area League. I'm concerned that 4 studies in a 2-year period would overwhelm the local leagues. All 4 of the proposed studies deserve our attention,
but I fear that local leagues would be hard pressed to fit 4 studies into their 2-year schedules. It is doubtful that any one of these studies would be ready for the upcoming fall meetings. Thus, we would have a shorter time period to study all 4 of these issues. It took the Fairfax Area League 3 months to cover all the election laws material. Each of these proposed studies is a huge undertaking, very broad in scope, and would quite possibly take several months of study and discussion to do justice to each study, leaving very little time for local programming. I am proposing that we agree to limit the number of studies that we approve for 2021 to 2023 to 2. I'm not proposing which studies these would be. I want to hear from all the study proponents. I want to hear the debate on all the studies and then choose. A majority vote is needed to adopt a recommended program. I've been a league member for 47 years and have attended a few Virginia state conventions. I do not have a perfect memory about this, but I believe we've never taken on more than 2 studies in a biennium. And I encourage you to support this motion.
Thank you, Mary. Carolyn Kay, would you wish to speak against the motion?
Yes, I'm Carolyn Kaywood, the League of Women Voters of Southampton Roads. I understand and appreciate the motive behind the motion, but I do not want to foreclose options before we have debated the 4. I would point out that in fact, we did 3 this time because the election study was in 2 parts and we somehow muddled through. I want to hear the options and have the full range of possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Celeste, your hand is raised. Are you wishing to speak in favor or against the motion? Okay. Lois Page would like to speak in favor of the motion. Lois, you're muted.
I just want to back what Mary had to say. We have pretty heavy programming on a local level, and to take up 2 and possibly 3 of those with state study and maybe even more, I think it would definitely overload the local league. A proper, thorough examination of the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Then Sherry Zachary, you wish to speak for the motion? Oh, Sherry has a point of order. Sherry, what is your point of order?
Okay, well, my point of order based on Carolyn Kaywood or someone is that maybe this motion would be better presented after the proposed or recommended program is presented. I actually agree with the motion, but I'm wondering if it's out of order at this point.
If you think that there is no way you can physically do 4 studies, then it really doesn't matter how good those 4 proposals are. You are saying that you wish to restrict it to 2. And so that's why we are taking the vote today. We will still get to hear from all 4 studies, and you will still get to choose from the 2 that you want to support. But if you wish to limit the studies to 2, that's what this vote is. That's what this motion is for, and that's what the vote would be to support or not.
So it is in order at this point.
It is in order.
Thank you.
Yep. Beth Obenshane.
Mine is almost more of a friendly motion that we just saw in the Republican convention, that the people who got the top vote on the first round ended up in all 3 of those elections winning. So I'm wondering if doing ranked choice voting is just a little too complicated for an already complicated situation. And if we could just, if maybe it would be better just to have a straight out vote on the 4 studies, and the ones that finish 1 and 2 are the ones that we move ahead on. Ranked choice voting may just be more complicated. Thank you.
Ranked choice voting.
So Mary, you're not muted.
Oh.
I would note that we have created a form that would take care of the ranked choice voting. So we are prepared that in the possibility that we would have to take a ranked choice vote, we do have a mechanism for doing that. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? Sue, do you have a point of order or point of clarification?
Actually, you answered my question. Are we in this wonderful virtual method of voting prepared to use ranked choice voting? And
We are.
You can.
We think that we are.
Got it.
Grace, you wish to speak for or against the motion?
I guess it's against, but it's more so of a point, really. I'm on the board, and so I just wanted to share that we decided, yes, on the programs that we did, because they all had individuals signed up who were willing to work on them, and that was a really big reason why we didn't choose to move forward with them, because not all of them had individuals who were willing to work on them.
Barbara and Sydney, do you wish to speak for or against? Is it a point of order, Barbara, or a question? You may unmute.
No, except to say that we have had a good example of how well it worked. And again, in the Republican convention. So I like it. I think it's fairer, but sorry.
And Sydney? Sure.
Okay.
Sydney?
I just wanted to say that there is an alternative for people who do not have their programs or suggestions approved. You can do an informational study with a small group of people that is not presented to the state or, presented for approval or whatever. But it means that if it's something that really makes your blood boil, you can proceed. And then later on, having actually acquired some knowledge on the subject, you can bring it up to the state again. That's what we did with the gun violence prevention study in 2013. We started an informational study in Fairfax and proceeded to a state level study, and we had a resolution that resulted from that. So you can still do something for your issue that matters a lot to you.
Okay. Thank you. I thought I saw one more hand. Oh, Janet Gorn.
I want to speak in favor of the motion. I think it's a good idea. I've been the program chairman for the past 2 years and helping the 2 study groups. There were actually only 2 studies. The one on elections was broken up into 2 parts for some logistical reasons. It began with the scope was 1 full study, so there were only 2. And when you are recruiting, and I did help do that because we were short a few members on both of those study groups, and I leaned on my own league, which is the Prince William Falk Area League, and we added up 3 people to help out with the studies. But if you do the math on it, you have 2 studies, you ask 14 leagues to please give us 1 volunteer for each study. That's 28 people. And, they have a full agenda on it. 2 studies is a good amount. You can recruit the folks to come in and you can concentrate on those. So I fully support this motion.
So I do think that it's worth noting that the entire board did vote and does support the 4 studies. So we did put forward 4. It is the delegates' right to be able to limit that to 2, but I would like to point out that these recommended programs did fit the criteria where they do have enough people to work on them. They did meet all of the criteria in order to be considered. Chris, you had a point of clarification?
Well, you just answered one. So my belief was that each study group does have a core group of people already. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and is there a requirement that each study group must have one from each local league?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Karen Yates, do you have a question or wish to speak for or against the motion?
I do have a comment. I would vote against this because I think the programs that have been put forth by the board should be considered for such a, and before we have a vote like this. The purpose of especially the childcare, was to move forward that the state league could make a statement before the legislature on childcare. And at the moment, that doesn't seem to be possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that all have spoken and that have indicated that they want to, and our 10 minutes is up. And so I will repeat the motion. I move that the number of studies approved for this convention for program 2021 to 2023 be no more than 2. And to achieve that end, we use ranked choice voting. What does that mean? Wait for Chris to speak.
I was going to speak against, but you said time is up, so that's fine.
Okay. So this is a majority vote. If you wish to limit the number of studies that we will consider to 2, then you should vote yes for this motion. If you think that we should not be limited to 2, then you should vote no to this motion. Again, this is a majority vote. So please raise your hand if you believe that we should limit the number of studies to 2 and only delegates vote. And again, if you're we don't need to see you. Oh, okay. Sorry, that one is to me directly. Good. So if you're having problems, please put it directly to me. And this has to be a hand raise. If you are not able to vote by raising your hand, please private chat me with your vote.
For some reason, Deb, the delegate votes are not showing on my screen, but I do have your photo.
Okay, good. The election committee can see those votes, Janet. Thank you.
Okay.
So a vote yes means that you wish to limit to 2 studies. A vote no means that you do not wish to limit to 2 studies. If you are not able to vote, please private chat me. Has everyone voted? 5.
You didn't vote.
Wait. I'm confused because you said raise your hand if you're voting yes, and then what? How do you?
We're still taking the first vote.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, all right. So then there will be an option to vote no afterwards. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
gotcha.
Carolyn, you have a point of, oh, okay, we're good. Okay. So we will close the voting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And And I'm just waiting to make sure that the election committee has time to tally the votes. Okay, we had 51 votes in support. You may lower your hands. And I did note the one correction, so you do not need to vote no if you accidentally voted yes the first time. And we'll wait until all the hands are lowered. All those who believe that we should not limit the number of studies to 2, please raise your hand. If you're not able to raise your hand, please private chat me to indicate your vote. Have all those who want to vote voted? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I will wait for the election committee to do their totals. And we had 59 votes against, so the motion fails. Tomorrow we will, well, first of all, so now we will get back to our workbook and discuss the recommended program. And if everyone can please lower their hands. I would like to refer you to the caucus that we had Tuesday night for the recommended programs. You will find that in the convention tab under recommended and non-recommended programs. And if you have want to know a little bit more than what you're going to get today, I would refer you to that caucus. There's slides on there and there's the recording for you to get more information. And again, I will introduce Janet Gorn.
Thank you, Deb. The board actually was very pleased with all the responses we got. The league has a long-standing set of established guidelines for program planning recommendation submission, which is limited to statewide issues that affect the Commonwealth of Virginia. Local and regional issues are not considered. Recommendations submitted are to include accompanying background information on the issue proposed for study, concurrence, amendment, or action, including the timing, need and importance of the issue for study or action, the rationale seeking the proposed form of obtaining member consensus or concurrence agreement, and a core number of volunteers. The board received 5 recommendations for new study issues, 6 recommendations for review and update of current policy positions, and 2 recommendations for follow-on issue studies. The board deliberated and discussed these at length, and there are 4 proposed study issues the board met the criteria and are recommended by the League of Women Voters Board for consideration. And these are motions that I will be making. Do you want to put those up, Deb, or do I just make them?
Janet will share her screen, and if you will do them singularly, we'll give each person 3 minutes to speak to their study.
Okay, you can put the first one up. Childcare All right, that's the motion from the floor. Here we go. All right, I move. I think I'm okay.
You're fine.
I move to establish a position study to examine the nature of Virginia's child care systems. Due to the pandemic, hundreds of facilities have closed. Thousands of families, mostly women, have had to choose between caring for their children or continuing to work, and millions of dollars have been spent to prop up a system that was broken to begin with. We must build a child care system that works equitably for all Virginians, and with a strong position, the League of Women Voters can be a strong voice in that process.
Thank you, Janet. I would invite Maria Posey to speak to that recommendation.
Hi, everybody. Very nice to meet you. So my name is Maria Posey. I have been in the League for all of 6 months. Within days of joining the League, I became chair of the Child Care Issue Group because it is deeply personal for me. I am a mother of 2 small boys, 2 and 4 years old, living in Burke, and I have seen firsthand how the pandemic has shed a spotlight on the broken child care system of our Commonwealth. The League of Women Voters does have a position on childcare, but upon reviewing it, it became clear that it is woefully inadequate. It stems from a position in the 1980s that looked primarily at the quality of care due to issues of child abuse and neglect in centers. And so our current position focuses primarily on the need for licensing and for regulating child care centers. The issues of today really go beyond the establishment of quality care. We really need to take a more nuanced look at issues of affordability for all members of the state, for all families, regardless of where people live in the state, what their social income levels are, what race they are, what language they speak at home. So there are big implications of equity in the child care sector as well. We also need to understand that childcare today in Virginia is mostly private, that these are centers who themselves have struggled. Many have had to shut down during the pandemic, but even coming out of the pandemic, they face issues of providing quality care with qualified educators and keeping their lights on. It is not a profitable industry, and we need to make it viable for centers to continue operating coming out of this pandemic. We also need to look at children themselves and really going deeper into what they need to become ready for kindergarten and even beyond. Most attention today is really looking at children ages 0 to 5. But I don't know a single mother or family who would leave their 6-year-old at home by themselves. And yet most of us are working 9 to 5, 9 to 7, 9 to 9 jobs. And so the childcare, after school care really needs to be a more nuanced, more comprehensive position that the League can advocate for. So because of issues of equity, because of issues in the profession of childcare, and because of challenges that children continue to face in access and affordability, it is time that the League of Women Voters updated its position on childcare to reflect the current day and going forward into the future. And that is why I, on behalf of the Child Care Issue Group, make this motion to study and update the position of childcare for the League of Women Voters.
Thank you, Maria. I don't see any clarifying question. Well, I would invite you, Frida, to privately chat Maria with your question. let's move to the next.
Hey, Deb,
Yes.
I think what would help, this is the first convention I'm attending, so I apologize to all the people that have done it before, but could there just be a quick summary as far as like, so that, well, just, so we're just voting on, then the study will happen then, is that right? So
today we're just hearing an overview of the studies. If you have questions about the studies, go and look at that caucus that was held with and look at the slides. You know, those will give you more in-depth knowledge. Maria just indicated she'd be happy to chat with you in the chat. But today it is really just to give an overview, and then tomorrow we will have debate and a vote for each recommended study.
Okay, so that's my question is, these have actually already been studied and there's going to be.
No, these are proposed. These are the recommended program. And in this case, the term program means studies. We are recommending that these 2-year studies be approved.
So what we voted on earlier were studies that had happened, and then
the only vote that we did was to limit to 2. It was just a numerical vote was the one that we just had.
Okay, I think I understand. All right,
okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for the second motion? We can
yes,
put
thank
that
you.
up. The second proposal is on education funding. I move the League of Women Voters of Virginia approve a study of whether state funding is equitable and ensures high quality education for all K through 12 students.
Thank you, Janet. And just to reiterate a question in the chat, after debate tomorrow, individual studies will either be approved or not. And again, this is the challenge of doing this virtually. If we were in person, you could lean over and ask your neighbor. And so again, we do have some people designated. If you have specific questions, you could chat Joan, or we've also Ann Sharp is available and Martha Stewart is available. And so you can private chat them as well if you have questions that are not clarifying questions. So to speak on this motion, and let me repeat it very quickly because I just talked right after Janet did. I move the League of Women Voters of Virginia approve a study of whether state funding is equitable and ensures high quality education for all K through 12 students. And Beth Obenchain.
Hello, I think you can hear me, Deb.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, I'm Beth Obenchain with the League of Women Voters of Montgomery County, and together with Mary Jennings from the League of Women Voters of Washington County, we are proposing this study of equitable state funding for education. Our state constitution states that the General Assembly shall seek to ensure that an educational program of high quality is established and continually maintained. Data, however, indicates that state funding of local schools is both inadequate and also inequitable. Our study first will define what constitutes a high quality education, updating the league position on issues involving rapidly evolving educational needs for technology, for broadband, and for other special needs. Second, the study is going to determine whether the state provides local school divisions sufficient funds to ensure those educational programs of, quote, high quality, and that it's available to all students. This will involve an in-depth analysis of the vast difference in capacity of local school divisions across this state. This will determine how costs should be apportioned between the state and these localities, The goal is to assure equity for all students, regardless of which school system they are in. Third, the study will document how Virginia's capacity and its effort compares to other states' fundings for K-12 education. For like the past 20 years, our state has been ranked number 14th in wealth and in the 40s for their effort to fund education. This will also include how other states fund school construction and modernization, as compared to Virginia, where capital costs are totally the responsibility of each locality. We will also keep an eye on whether Virginia spends its $7 billion in COVID recovery funding in a manner that promotes equity in education funding. For this reason, we support a motion to study whether state funding is equitable and ensures high quality education for all K-12 students, no matter which school system they attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. And Susan, I see that your hand up, and will you please provide your last name and the league that you're in?
I think you mean mine, and I think you mean me, and it's Roberts.
Yes.
And I'm from
Thank you.
Charlottesville, but my question has been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any clarifying questions for Beth? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Beth.
Mm-hmm.
I have the next motion up. The third proposed study that met the criteria is environmental justice. I move to establish a study that reviews the LWV-VA natural resource position to address how Virginia can best support environmental justice initiatives to halt or prevent future racial and economic environmental inequities.
Thank you, Janet. And Linda Cole, will you please speak to this?
Thank you, Deb, and thank you, Janet. On behalf of the Environmental Issue Group, I would like to thank the League for this opportunity to speak today on environmental justice. The League of Women Voters has been concerned about the depletion and conservation of natural resources as far back as the 1920s and 30s, and has built a broad national program focused on protecting and managing the interrelated aspects of air, water, land use, energy, and waste management. We are asking the Virginia League to continue that fight and to stand with those who are in the environmental fight for their lives. Environmental justice is an old topic with renewed relevance, but should not be confused with diversity, equity, and inclusion. Both recognize that historically, because of racial and economic inequalities, people of color and the impoverished have been subjected to the most harm. The League's DEI position strives to ensure all people have a place at our League table. Since there is not a League position on environmental justice, the Commonwealth defines environmental justice as the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, income, faith, or disability. And this is important with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws and policies. The Virginia Environmental Justice Act was codified last year in April, and it made environmental justice a policy of the Commonwealth and created an interagency work group. This 35-agency work group provided their findings 8 months later and recommended continuing to meet, inviting participation, and reporting progress annually. Let us as a league accept that invitation and be a presence at the environmental justice table. According to EPA's GIS program, Environmental Justice Screen, statewide, 38% of Virginians are people of color, while 1 in 4 Virginians are considered low income. As an example of environmental inequity throughout Virginia, that same source reports that there are no hazardous waste treatment, storage, and disposal facilities within a 10-mile radius of Charlottesville. However, there are 43 within that same radius of Fairfax, 53 of Richmond, and 140 of Arlington. And I didn't pick those, I picked those pretty much as alphabetical according to how the presidents reported out, except for Richmond as the site of our headquarters. But I would like to remind everybody that promises made are not always promises kept. The Environmental Issue Group calls upon this convention to approve a study of environmental justice to determine how we can stand with our fellow Virginians who battle daily for clean air, clean water, land use, energy, and waste management. Democracy through environmental justice for all. Now is the time. I would like to thank you for your time, talent, and passions.
Thank you, Linda. Next, money and politics.
Chair. The fourth study that met the criteria is, as Jed said, money and politics. I move to establish a study to cover the full scope of financing campaigns from a donation through its expenditures, including public disclosure of the donor, transparency and actual use of funds before and after the election, limits on personnel use, and Virginia executive branch structure to conduct effective oversight and enforcement. This is the last recommendation.
Janet Boyd, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Deb. Janet Boyd from Arlington, now Alexandria League. So many of our current and future advocacy priorities are made much more difficult because Virginia has one of the worst ineffective campaign finance laws in the country. One example is the fact that Virginia is one of only 5 states that impose absolutely no restrictions on campaign contributions. Few restrictions are also imposed on how a candidate can use their contributions received during a campaign. How can we, as a thoughtful organization with strong policy positions, compete with rich donors working against our positions? Even the Republicans running for governor in Virginia this year questioned the lack of transparency of dark money organizations that finance negative ads in advance of their convention. The proposed study, if approved, would cover the full scope of campaign financing from donations to expenditures as listed in the motion. Members of the existing campaign finance reform issue group will provide research for the project, and we will seek engagement from others who have passion in this area like we do. Currently, the League's advocacy on money and politics issues relies on the League of Women Voters US positions. Given Virginia's poorly regulated system, these more general positions are no longer adequate, particularly given the opportunity we have now to provide meaningful input on this issue. The General Assembly just passed a bill this year, establishing a new legislative joint subcommittee to study and make recommendations for campaign finance reforms with both citizen and legislator members. And this is HJ 526. If we approve the study this year, we will be ready to review and assess the subcommittee's recommendations when they are scheduled to be released in November of this year. And then we would be able to make our recommendations on their recommendations subsequently. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Janet. So you have heard the 4 recommended programs, and we will debate and vote on those tomorrow. And there was also a question about the vote to limit to 2 studies and whether that could be reconsidered since the vote was not recorded. But we do have an election committee working. We do know what the totals were, and we are trustworthy people who would not say otherwise if we had not voted on the prevailing side. But if you did vote on the prevailing side, you could bring that motion again for a revote. So the vote on whether or not to limit to 2 was 51 in support and 59 against. So if you voted against and today or tomorrow you decide that you want to change your vote, that is an option, but only if you voted no and want to change it to yes. So just to let you know. Thank you all for your proposals for recommended studies. And I know that you're eager to get started on those. There are some not recommended program studies that for various reasons, the board did not recommend these studies. Some were not fully developed when they were presented. Some would not be effective at the state level. They were more geared toward a local level of advocacy. So there are a number of reasons that the state did not recommend these. But if there are any that you wish that we would consider, you could move to put one forward now, and you would have 3 minutes to speak to it. However, because it is not recommended, it would need to be seconded, and it would need, what is the total on that? I believe it's a 3/5 vote, I believe, on that one. I can find that out, but it does require a higher level of support because it was not recommended. If there's one that you wish to put forward, you can raise your hand. Then hearing none, we will move on. Resolutions are a method for the delegates to put forward something that the delegation considers to be an urgent matter of public policy. It has to be an issue that we already have the support of a position for. It needs to be implemented using existing league resources, but it is not a study and it does not circumvent the study process. We have a tab on the convention website that has an example resolution on there. It has a form for you to be able to submit your resolution and directions on there for how to do that. We do have a resolutions committee. You have a deadline of submitting your resolution by 1:30 today. And the resolutions committee will have an open meeting tonight at 5:30. They will use the convention link that you were using for everything. If you are submitting a resolution, it's a good idea to come to the resolutions committee meeting at 5:30 so that if you have questions of the committee, if they have questions of you, that's a good time to get those answered. And those will be, and then after they hear all of the submissions or consider all of the submissions in open, then they will go into a private session and issue a report later to us, and we will try to get that to you as soon as we have it, but that will also be reported out in the convention tomorrow. Lois, there's a resolution tab on the website. And Joan, could you drop the website link into the chat for everyone who doesn't know where our website is? There's a convention tab. There's all sorts of convention information on there at your fingertips. And one of those drop downs for the convention is for resolutions. Next, we have Grace White. let's see, what are the contacts on the proposed ed study? Beth Obenchain, are you able to put your contact information into the chat, or Mary Jennings?
Yes.
Thank you.
They want to know who is on the committee. Is that what they're requesting?
No, if they have questions, would you mind dropping your email into the chat just so they can contact you? Thank you so much.
Certainly.
So the budget committee was composed of Grace White as the chair, and Linda Garvelink from the Falls Church League, and Dale Johnson Rainey of the Richmond League, and Debbie Cumbest, our state treasurer, served as staff. So I would like to now introduce Grace White. And I think it's probably important here to note that we have both a 501c3 and a 501c4. At convention, we only approve the C4, which is the operating budget. And then the board of directors will approve the education fund budget. And then at council, that's flipped. Council will be next year. So Grace, are you available?
I am here. Are we going to put the proposed budget up on a screen share? I unmuted myself.
Yep, no, I can hear you. I'm just waiting to see if Janet is. Janet, are you sharing that, or am I supposed to share it?
I think you're going to have to share that because all I have is the motion, which doesn't have the details on the budget.
Gotcha. Then Grace, you can also share your screen, but if you want to, I can share mine. It'll take me just a moment.
All right, let me yeah, if you could do yours, Deb, that would be better.
Okie doke. Oh, and give me one more second. I clicked on the link, but there's another link on top of that. So, and just so that everyone is aware, this is also on the convention website.
It is in the workbook.
It is in the workbook. And it just took me a moment to pull up that, and let me find it on my computer. And I hope that you are all seeing it. And Grace, just direct me where you would like me to move it to.
Okay. I am not going to go over every line of this. You will be happy to hear. I did not receive any email questions. My email contact was made available to delegates a couple of weeks ago to submit any questions directly to me. I did not receive any questions. If anyone has questions now, I'm happy to answer them. I think the biggest thing I would like to point out, the biggest change, Deb, if you go down to the bottom, is this year, rather than trying to make the income and the expenses equal each other by doing some funky number juggling between the two categories, we have added a line, you can see it there, transfer to or from savings. This is an indication of where we expect expenses may or may not be more than the income. In prior years, there has been a need to transfer from savings to cover expenses. We anticipate there may be a little bit the other way around in the coming year. I also note in the comment that this is under a 3% variance. So it's not a lot of money that we expect may be able to go into the savings account, but it's a little bit. Part of this is because we do anticipate that even post-pandemic, some of the meetings will continue to be done via Zoom, which will reduce expenses, travel expenses that are reimbursable. That's probably the biggest reduction in expenses is an anticipated reduction of travel reimbursement expenses. So let's see, I see a question in the Zoom. How can we have any Expenses on advocacy, is that your question, Marianne?
Yes, that's my question. Since it was moved to Ed Fund, it would have to be strictly workshops that are educational, voter service, whatever.
Advocacy is not Ed Fund. Advocacy is a C4 activity, and this is our C4 budget. So this is where we are trying to get laws passed and meeting with legislators. This isn't just an educational forum sort of expenditure.
Advocacy is considered Ed Fund now?
No, this is not the Ed Fund budget.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I'm saying. Since it was moved to Ed Fund, you can't include any advocacy related workshop topics.
What was moved to the Ed Fund?
Fall workshops.
Fall workshop.
That will limit us to just strictly educational. I mean, once you're into advocacy, you're definitely not, you're not in Ed Fund.
I don't see the fall workshops in this budget.
What line is it?
It's not numbered on, oh, let's see, keep going back.
The fall workshop is shown, let me explain this. As of 2022, it is moved to the Ed Fund, so it is 0 in column H. It is shown in the history, because if I didn't show it in the history, the numbers wouldn't add up right in the history columns. Does that explain?
My point is that if it's moved to Ed Fund, you cannot include any advocacy type workshops.
So when the board discussed the fall workshop, in the past, it has mostly been a leadership sort of a workshop where, and in fact, we're planning a big educational one this fall. So the thought was that really it was a time to focus on where local leagues could use support and not so much working on issues. And in fact, during GOTV time, we don't do advocacy anyway. And the thought was that the fall workshop wouldn't be geared toward that.
Okay, as long as we're very clear during the workshops, because advocacy is 501c4.
Sure.
Yeah, just so everybody's clear on that.
Okay. And you will see some of the things are listed with a 0 for the proposed budget year because they have either been moved or in the case of the screen you're seeing now, there is no convention in 2022. There is a council. So there is a budget number for council, but not for convention. And I see, okay. Pre-session was moved to the op fund. And Sue Lewis, thank you for that comment. The workshop, the fall workshop can train for advocacy. It's not dealing with specific legislation.
Okay.
Okay. If there are no further questions, going once, going twice. I move the adoption of the proposed League of Women Voters of Virginia operating budget for the fiscal year ending in 2022.
Thank you, Grace. We will debate and vote on that motion tomorrow. And as I mentioned, the educational fund is, we'll vote on that next year, but we do provide that as a informational piece for you. And I would introduce Debbie Cumbest, our treasurer.
Hi again. The draft or proposed ed fund budget is on page 26 of your workbook. As Deb mentioned, we will not, as delegates, vote on this. It's for the trustees to vote on. So if anyone has any comments or questions, you can email me at the treasurer at LWV-VA. Or is there any questions now? I don't know if we have time. But... And as you can see, if you look at page 26, everything that I highlighted, and it's kind of on my printout, it's kind of pink. Those are grants. So those can only be used. That money is restricted, as I mentioned earlier. And we haven't spent much money this year. So anyway, that's it. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thanks.
And Joan, let's move to announcements, please.
Okay, very quickly, stay on. You can grab a sandwich or take a quick walk, but at 12:15, we're going to have some lovely music for you to eat by. And then you'll still have another almost 45 minutes to go exercise your legs and try to be back here by around 1:20, 1:25, so you can get into the breakout rooms. Tonight, remember, if you're interested in the resolutions committee will meet on this link at 5:30 p.m. And we just like to remind everybody to visit the Turning Point Suffragist Memorial, which has been dedicated this past week. It is also a league memorial, since many leagues were involved in this, and you can find the website link at suffragistmemorial.org. Thank you.
Thanks, Joan. And I would also remind everybody that the purpose of today was really to present information to the delegates for their consideration so that you can ask questions and be more informed before we vote, which will be tomorrow. So just that, you know, an informed voter is something that we all strive for. And that's why we heard so much information today with chance to ask questions, and then we'll vote tomorrow. So if there's no further business to come before the convention, this meeting will recess.
Okay.
Hearing none, do I? The meeting is in recess. Tomorrow, the Zoom will open at 8 a.m. again for credentialing, and our first speaker will begin at 8:30. There's a question in the chat about how do you get to the workshops. We recommend that everyone stay on and don't quit. I will pause the recording probably right after the music if I can, just to make sure that it's not such a long loop, but I may not be able to. But we will put you into the breakouts when we get to that portion.
Deb, are we doing the music?
We are, but we have 12 minutes. Do you want to start now?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, no, we don't have to start now. We can wait till 12:15. I just want to make sure also that Mary Ann East is on. I don't know if she's on yet.
I haven't. I am here.
Okay.
Hooray.
Well, we could start. Mary Ann, would you mind if we started early?
I know a number of people have left. I don't know if they were planning to come back at 12:15.
I think we should wait till 12:15 because the
Okay.
workbook says that and people might be fixing a sandwich or something.
Okay, we'll
So
see
let's
you in a
just keep to
few.
the schedule. Let's keep to the schedule.
Okay.
Yes, sandwich.
There's a lot of empty seats, so if you're within earshot, hurry back to your desk.
There still is 110 people on, and they can probably hear the music from the kitchen.
Okay, great.
What time are we resuming?
It
The
is time
music-
for some music.
What time does the session resume though?
Tomorrow at, we'll have a speaker at 8:30. We've got workshops this afternoon, but the business part is over.
Okay, so 1:30 or 1:15?
Well, we have music from 12:15 to 12:45, and then workshops. The first workshop is from 1:30 to 3, and the second set is from 3:30 to 5. And then the resolutions committee meets at 5:30.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I would like to introduce Mary Valder, who is with the Fairfax League.
Capital Harmonia is a community women's chorus that celebrates women through the gift of music, educates audiences by highlighting women in the choral arts, and builds community through partnership with other organizations supporting women. They are committed to social justice and equality. They aim to proactively and peacefully make the world better through music. In February 2020, just before the pandemic, the Fairfax Area League had the pleasure of enjoying a concert by Capital Harmonia at our anniversary tea, and we're pleased to share them with you today. This presentation will be directed by Mary Ann East, Artistic Director and co-founder of Capital Harmonia. She is an adjunct professor at George Mason University School of Music and serves as music director at Community of Faith United Methodist Church. She is also choral conductor and coordinator of Sentimental Journey Singers at Encore Creativity for Older Adults. Ms. East holds a Bachelor of Music Education from Indiana University and a Master's of Music and Choral Conducting and Vocal Performance from George Mason University. She is currently completing a Doctor of Musical Arts degree from Boston University. And with that, I'm happy to introduce Mary Ann East of Capital Harmonia. Welcome, Mary Ann.
Hello, I need to update my bio because as of January 2020, I have completed my doctorate from
Wow, congratulations.
Boston University. So one thing to check off there. So first of all, I want to thank Mary and Judith and the planning committee for inviting myself and the Capital Harmonia Chorus via video to the convention. We were so hoping that by now we would be back to live events, but obviously safety comes first. And so here we are in the virtual world. So Mary gave a great introduction about who we are. You'll hear a little bit more about what we do a little bit later. But what I'll be sharing with you today is a combination of footage from our virtual Women's Choral Festival this past March of 2021. And our Women's Choral Festival from March 2020, which we were so blessed to have in person a week before. We had that concert on Sunday. We had our rehearsal the following Wednesday, and everything shut down that Friday. So we were very lucky to be able to have our live Women's Choral Festival there. So every March, we celebrate as a women's chorus. We celebrate Women's History Month and specifically International Women's Day on March 8th by hosting a Women's Choral Festival. And when we are live, we usually invite a high school or another local women's choir to join us for some joint music together, which you'll hear today, as well as they usually present a set of music and we present a set of music. And it's, of course, to further highlight music by women or lyrics that were written by women, poetry of women, or just women's experience today. So you'll hear a little bit of that today. And we're going to start, everybody pray to the technology gods for me here. We're going to start with our opening piece from that concert, which is entitled "We Are the Voices." And we were joined by the Bella Voce Choir from Freedom High School in Loudoun County, Virginia.
Making music. We begin our program with one of our pieces from last year's concert. We Are the Voices by Jim Popoulis emphasizes that each and every one of us has a message and story to tell. This is an opportunity to bring voices from different generations together, to magnify that message, and celebrate using our voices to speak for those who cannot. We are the voices that will be heard.
We are the voices.
So that is Laura Lazarovich, who is the choir director at Freedom High School. And we really enjoy these opportunities to combine, especially with a high school group or a younger group of girls and women, to connect with them, to get to know them, obviously to sing and put together a wonderful performance, to remind them that there is singing after high school, and to keep involved in those activities, and then teach them how we use our music through Capital Harmonia. So I'm going to fast forward to our next piece. So since we were not able to meet at all live this past season, we had silent choir rehearsals. It was very awkward, but the singers really came through and learned their music, and we tapped into resources that we hadn't before. So part of our virtual concert this year was actually connecting with some of the composers, and I don't have time to share that with you today, but you can find this entire choral festival on YouTube. If you search Capital Harmonia, you'll find our YouTube channel and you'll find this festival. So if you're interested in learning more about the composers of some of these pieces, that was really a neat way of connecting and kind of getting their background of how they compose a piece of music, what inspires them to write certain pieces. And then, of course, we put together, which you've seen all over YouTube this past year, a virtual choir event. And it looks a lot like a Zoom call with people in their little boxes and they're singing. But you cannot sing as a group over Zoom because of the lag time of the sound. So what it truly is each individual singer in their own home recording their part to a guide track in their earpiece. So that's why you always see the earpiece in these, and then sending them to a company to then compile everything. So for these two virtual pieces that you'll see, I do want to thank Arts Laureate, which is a local video production company located in Alexandria, Virginia. And they put this whole wonderful concert together with all of this footage, but they specifically did our two virtual pieces. So our first one is called Glorious Life. And on the screen here, you see myself, and next to me is my co-founder, Ellen Goldman, and below us is Laura Farnell, who is the composer of Glorious Life. So first you'll hear the poem that it is based on, and then you'll hear her wonderful piece of music.
Life, give me the strength and height of glorious life, the dazzling light, the straining and the strife, love, passion, hope in their divinest scope, high winds on mighty seas, not sheltered bay, the storm that frees wild torrents great and gay with sudden power, not the soft springtime shower. And if the storm should kill, the torrent drown, so be it still. Still, let me snatch the crown life has to give and cry, but once I live. Collige Virgo, rosas, rosas, gather ye rosebuds while ye may. Time is a flying, carpe diem. Let us seize the day, for life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all.
Capital Harmonia was founded in 2013. From the start, we knew we wanted to do something different. We wanted to connect to and serve the local women's community through the performance of music for women's voices and featuring women composers and poets. We began connecting with local organizations, and over the last 8 years, we've developed wonderful partnerships. You will hear from one of our partners, House of Ruth, in a moment. We've sung at shelters, luncheons, galas, and holiday celebrations. We've had the privilege of singing at the Willard Intercontinental Hotel in downtown DC each year, except this last, as part of their holiday lobby caroling series. And we were the first ever musical cheer stop for the Avon Walk for Breast Cancer. We've partnered with N Street Singers at Luther Place Memorial Church, at the Women Giving Back Santa's Workshop, and performed at a luncheon for the local League of Women Voters chapters. Some of us had the amazing experience of singing at Carnegie Hall as part of their Women's Choral Festival. Capital Harmonia is not just about performing for the larger community, but also about building community within the choir. As artistic director, it has been really tough not to hear the choir singing together each Wednesday night, but it has been a blessing to see them and to be able to converse and continue to grow together over the past year. We can't wait to be with you in person again soon. We will continue to lift up women through song and service. Next up.
So that's a little bit more about what we do and how we use our music throughout the community. And again, this last year, it's been really tough not being able to connect directly with our partners. House of Ruth, their Director of Development, Elizabeth Kiker, is part of our virtual concert. And so again, if you want to watch her interview, she can tell you a little bit more about House of Ruth and how they serve the community. They were one of the first partnerships that we developed at Capital Harmonia, and we treasure going to one of their shelters usually every fall to sing for them. And of course, we couldn't do that this year. So in lieu of coming and singing and spending time with them, we created a very short video of some well wishes and holiday wishes. And then the choir very generously donated towards a Christmas dinner for them. And we were able to provide them a wonderful Christmas dinner. Women Giving Back, again, since we weren't able to perform at their Santa's Workshop, later on this spring, the choir put together care packages of toiletry items that they need. If you're not familiar with Women Giving Back, they're located in Loudoun County, Virginia, and they provide emergency supplies for women for clothing, toiletries, because many women that seek help from them literally have left abusive situations or have lost their homes and really have nothing but what's on their back. So we were able to put together over 100 bags that then they could distribute to their clients of some of those very, essential items, toothbrushes and toothpaste and things that we don't think about a lot, but are truly needed by these community organizers. So our next piece that we did, also by Arts Laureate, I'm watching our time here. There's Elizabeth Kiker. Was written by Susan Labar. It is called Where the Light Begins. And it was first conceived as an Advent piece, talking about the light being the light of Christ. And when Susan found the poem, she realized that, yes, that's one way to read the poem, but it is written in such a way that the light can be a much broader subject of us being the light being the joy and the positivity and the hope that is so greatly needed in our world. And so she did originally write the piece for a holiday program for a local school where she resides. But it is used and it is intended to be a much broader piece. And so you'll hear again the poetry, because we think it's so important to know the poetry that it is based on, followed by the piece itself. So this is Susan Labar's Where the Light Begins.
Where the Light Begins.
Thank you so much.
Where the light begins. Perhaps it does not begin. Perhaps it is always. Perhaps it takes a lifetime to open our eyes, to learn to see what has forever shimmered in front of us. The luminous line of the map in the dark. The vigil flame in the house of the heart. The love so searing we cannot keep from singing, from crying out in testimony and praise. Perhaps this day will be the mountain over which the dawn breaks. Perhaps we will turn our face toward it, toward what has been always. Perhaps our eyes will finally open in ancient recognition, willingly dazzled, illuminated at last. Perhaps this day the light begins in us.
Our closing piece, How Can I Keep From Singing, was composed by Gwyneth Van Anden Walker. Born in New York City, Dr. Walker self-trained to compose at age 2, self-taught to play piano at age 4, and organized her first grade friends into an orchestra. And the rest, as they say, is history. Dr. Walker has penned over 350 works for chorus, chamber ensemble, orchestra, solo voice, and solo instruments, and received numerous awards for her lifetime achievements. Currently, she splits her time between her dairy farm in Braintree, Vermont, and a home in New Canaan, Connecticut. How Can I Keep From Singing is an American folk song originally composed as a hymn by Baptist minister Robert Wadsworth Lowry. The song is frequently erroneously cited as a traditional Quaker or Shaker hymn. The text speaks to the triumph of faith and courage over oppression and imprisonment. Many versions have been penned across various denominations with changes to the lyrics, including one version by Pete Seeger referencing witch hunts of public agencies. Dr. Walker's original composition was commissioned by the Thetford Chamber Singers of Vermont. The version for women's voices was later written for the Children's Chorus of Washington, D.C. At this time of quarantine and isolation for many of our global family, we find this piece particularly touching. The choral community has not been able to rehearse and perform as we have for so many years. But in spite of all of this, how can we keep from singing?
So indeed, how can we keep from singing in our own ways? Thank you again for having us in this scenario. I do hope that one day in the future we can perform for you live, and so that we can be together again. But thank you very much for this opportunity. And again, thank you, Mary, for hosting our presentation this afternoon. Have a wonderful rest of your convention, and I hope to see you very soon.
Thank you, Dr. East. I must use your new title. We've just been delighted with this performance. It's been emotional for me. I loved every minute of it. But I do want to announce that Capital Harmonia does not charge for their performances. And to that end, I'm going to post in the chat box a link to their website, specifically the contributions page. So thank you again, Mary Ann. This has been just a joy.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So we are paused until 1:30, and I am going to share a screen just so that people know that we're on recess and that we will return. So if they show up, they'll know what the schedule is.
Great. Sounds good. Get something to eat.
Yes.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Mary. That was great.
Yeah.
Thanks for getting them for us.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just what we needed.
Yes.
And you know, the interesting thing was I looked up, I've got written down in my little calendar that the words used by Amanda Gorman in the inauguration, the poet laureate. And the last two verses, there's always light, if only we are brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it. Yeah.